The ancient temple was quaking from the furious clash between the monstrous dweller of the depths and Nephis. Flashes of blinding white light and waves of incinerating heat tore the darkness apart, sending the deep shadows drowning in the dark expanse of the flooded hall into a demented dance. Sunny danced with the shadows, like a specter of death, wreathed in a billowing black mantle. His figure had turned vague and elusive. He moved across the restless surface of the black water with stunning speed, no different from how he would have moved on solid ground. Sunny's attacks were lethal, unpredictable, and almost impossible to trace. It was as if he was nowhere and everywhere at once. Due to his speed and the ability to step through shadows, it seemed that the dark figure wearing the fearsome black mask was in several places at the same time. So was the merciless blade of his jade longsword. Hissing furiously, it cut everything in its path. The cursed Jian cruelly reaped the lives of the drowned. Still, Sunny was struggling. He was struggling enough to not want to admit it. Behind the polished black wood of his mask, beads of sweat were rolling down his pale face. The drowned were both powerful and dreadful adversaries. Each of them was a nightmare creature strong enough to threaten the life of a saint, let alone of a master like him. Their black tentacles allowed them to move at a speed that was no less stunning than his, and made their movements hard to predict. More than that, the tentacles were both supremely flexible and mighty enough to crush enchanted stone with ease. Being caught in their vile embrace meant certain death. The creatures possessed a pair of human hands as well. They were insidiously cunning and wielded their weapons with devious skill. Worse than that, the drowned feared neither pain nor death. They knew only a dark and cold resolve to see the enemy fall. A foe like that was the worst nightmare of an awakened, especially when there were so many of them. And that was without even considering the eerie power of the Sibyl, who was twisting the future in favor of the abominations. It was because of her influence that Sunny felt like he was not even one mistake away from dying, but rather one step behind staying alive.
Damnation.
It was too hard. Sunny was overcome by a bizarre sensation. He knew for a fact that he was just as skilled as he had been before venturing into the flooded temple, but at the same time, it was as if he was back in the crimson labyrinth of the Forgotten Shore, unsure of his footing and ignorant of how to wield a sword. The sense of control and clear understanding he had become accustomed to were gone, replaced by uncertainty. His attacks routinely missed the intended target, while the enemies appeared where he had not expected them to be. Sunny felt like he was stumbling blindly in the dark. He was enduring for now, by expecting failure and imbuing his battle style with as much fault tolerance as he could. Several of the drowned were already dead, their severed bodies floating in the water, while he was still in one piece. But how long would that last? Luckily, Sunny wasn't alone. He had powerful allies to rely on as well. Saint was the first to join him in the slaughter. Her graceful figure was surrounded by something much darker than the shadows populating the ancient temple. Jumping into the water, which reached up to her waist, she slammed her round shield into an attacking drowned warrior, shattering his spear and bones. Her dark blade moved lightlessly, severing a tentacle that was trying to wrap itself around her arm and then plunging into the creature's neck. A moment later, the taciturn knight lunged forward, a tall wave rising behind her. Augmented by one of Sunny's shadows and the stifled scream, Saint seemed more capable of fighting in the water. Moving with the calm precision of a flawless battle machine, she descended on the drowned like a deathly calamity. Her ruby eyes blazed with indifferent menace. Fiend was only a split second behind her. The infernal ogre was also empowered by one of Sunny's shadows. However, he had also been bestowed with a measure of Neph's flame. Unlike the taciturn knight, who could not be augmented by the flame because of her affinity to true darkness, the gluttonous shadow seemed to benefit from it especially due to his affinity to fire. The incinerating glow of his fierce eyes and terrifying maw, which was usually red, had turned pure white. It was as though an incandescent star was burning beneath the glossy black silver of his fearsome armor. The training Fiend had been receiving from Saint was not wasted either. His movements were not quite like those of a seasoned battlemaster, but still showed a chilling level of skill. Using his long arms and dagger-like claws, the steel devil tore into the flesh of the drowned, gruesomely ripping them apart. While the taciturn knight seemed to have been able to adjust to the eerie influence of the Sibyl due to her sublime mastery of combat, Fiend simply gave up on trying and chose to overpower the enemies with brute force instead. A barrage of blows rained on his polished black armor, but none of them were able to dent it yet, let alone pierce it. When the infernal ogre found himself surrounded and in danger of being pulled under the water, he simply used Shadow Step to escape and savagely attack the enemies from behind. Just like Sunny's other two shadows, Nightmare received the help of a shadow as well. The tenebrous stallion leapt high into the air and landed in the midst of the drowned, using his fangs, horns, and hooves to crush and savage them. His sable coat was glistening in the bloody darkness, and the fearsome aura of dread emanating from him made the abomination sluggish. The drowned were a whole rank above the Dark Destroyer, but several classes below him. Empowered by the shadow, the darkness shrouding the flooded hall, the fear of his enemies, and the army of nightmares residing in the lightless abyss that served him as a soul, the dreadful stallion was more than capable of holding his own in a fight. That said, Nightmare was not a creature suited best for direct combat. He was mostly relying on his speed and agility to stay ahead of the enemy while savaging them with his attacks. It was also not easy for him to lull enemies of a higher rank into slumber. While insidious and terribly destructive, his dream curse required time to infect its victims. Nevertheless, it seemed that all the drowned in the temple were suffering from the initial stages of its effect. It was as though they were all slightly drowsy, their movements lacking full force and precision. Nightmare was helping not only himself, but also everyone else fighting against the defiled Sibyl and her minions. Cassia's echoes joined the battle too. The clockwork man jumped into the water, his movements both fluid and strangely jarring. The four blades held by the artificial echo spun, slicing and dicing the flesh of the enemies. Most of the strikes were stopped by the armor of the drowned warriors, but not all of them. Dark blood flowed into the cold water. The echo of the defiled Sibyl attacked as well. Slithering eel-like tendrils extended from beneath her red skirt, and the slender figure, which once seemed like a human, suddenly rose high above the battlefield. Moving with terrifying speed, the creature lunged forward and grabbed one of the demons, raising the abomination above the water. As soon as the drowned warrior peered into the echo's eyes, his body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from the mouth of the demon, followed by a fountain of blood. A moment later, the lifeless body was tossed to the side like a rag doll, and the echo was already moving to find the next victim. The battle raged, making the water boil and shaking the ancient temple. Only two figures remained aloof and motionless in the flooded hall. One was the defiled Sibyl, who observed the bloodshed from a distance. The other was Cassia, who was observing the Sibyl.
Damn, that hurt.
Sunny stumbled back, feeling his hand tremble. He was too slow and failed to avoid an attack. Or rather, he was fast enough, but the attack still passed his defense somehow. Knowing that it could deal serious damage, he had no choice but to block it with his forearm. His fingers momentarily lost strength, and the hilt of the Sin of Solace slid from them. Luckily, he was holding the Great Jian with both hands, so it did not fall into the water. Still, losing the leverage prevented Sunny from delivering a truly powerful blow. The jade blade sliced through the drowned warrior, but the damage was not fatal. The entire hall suddenly quaked, and pieces of debris fell from the ceiling. The water flooding the dark expanse surged, and a tall wave spread from where the Depth Dweller struck down. trying to crush Nephis with its entire weight. Stepping on the wave, Sunny allowed it to move him out of the path of a jagged harpoon and lunged into another attack. He had killed plenty of abominations already, but he had also taken a beating. Right now, the flooded hall was engulfed by violence. Sunny, Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the two Echoes were resisting the dreadful advance of the drowned guardians, while Nephis was fighting the gargantuan monstrosity. Cassia was still at the entrance to the hall, motionless. Her eyes were obscured by the silver mask, but it seemed as though she was looking directly at the defiled Sibyl, ignoring the furious havoc of the battle separating them. He gritted his teeth, worried. Had Nephis made the right choice? Sunny knew that she had. Out of the three of them, he was the best suited to face a large group of enemies due to his aspect and shadows. Cassia had no combat ability to help her fight the horror of the depths, which meant that Nephis had to. What the blind girl did have, though, was an ability that could potentially counter the insidious power of the defiled Sibyl. Unlike the Depth Dweller, who possessed an overwhelming physical might, the true ruler of the flooded temple mostly relied on mystical authority over the future. Cassia had a good chance of being able to face her. So, while Neph's decision was not exactly right, it was the best one in this dire situation. She assigned each of them a role suiting their capabilities. Still, the defiled priestess was a corrupted tyrant. She was a creature of the same caliber as the remnant of the Jade Queen, a dreadful beetle saint Tyrus had fought a bloody battle with in Antarctica. More than that, the Sibyl could potentially counter Cassia's aspect instead of the aspect countering her unholy powers. Would Cassia really be able to survive facing an abomination like that? Sunny was worried.
Why is she not doing anything? What?
And just at that moment, Cassia finally moved. Although the blind girl did not possess a combat ability, she was still an Ascended with a fully saturated soul core. She was by no means weak or lacking physical prowess. When she dashed forward, her body was as fast as an arrow. With her blonde hair dancing in the wind, Cassia leapt across the dark water and landed on the remains of a crumbled column. A drowned warrior immediately lunged at her, delivering a devastating thrust with the long spear. The blind girl calmly pushed the spearhead aside with her dagger. It only deviated from its path by a few centimeters, but that was enough to miss Cassia's head by a hair's breadth. At the same time, she took a step forward and lashed out with the quiet dancer, the tip of the slender rapier piercing the creature's eye with surgical precision. The kill was instant and gave the impression of being effortless. Before the body of the drowned even had time to topple, the blind girl was already moving forward. She danced between the attacking abominations, elusive, like a ghost. Her movements were swift, but not hurried. They even seemed a little slow. It was just that she was never where the enemy's weapons struck, while her dagger and rapier never seemed to miss. Every step she took was precise and calculated. Every blow she dealt was fatal. Every motion she made was perfectly efficient. It was flawless. Cassia gracefully moved across the battlefield, leaving several corpses in her wake. She did not seek out the drowned to kill. Instead, she avoided as many as she could, only crossing blades with those who barred her path. Even then, each clash ended in only one exchange. Of course, she was able to do so because most of the abominations were distracted by Sunny, his shadows, and the Echoes. The horror of the depths, meanwhile, was tied down by Nephis. Nevertheless, her swift and seemingly effortless advance looked eerily inevitable. Before the drowned could react and stop her, she was already past the mass of them. Pushing herself off a pile of rubble, Cassia soared high into the air and landed noiselessly on the raised dais, where the defiled Sibyl stood, observing the battle. It was only then that Sunny got a good look at the corrupted tyrant, as if a veil obscuring her had been lifted. The Sibyl was vaguely humanoid, if just barely. Her towering body was gaunt and appalling, covered by the remains of a rotten crimson dress. Her moist skin was like tar, pitch black and glossy. Her limbs had been transformed into sprawling tentacles, while her head had become bestial and terrifying, split apart by a wide maw. Sunny couldn't quite believe that this creature had been human once. The defiled Sybil and Cassia froze, separated by no more than a dozen meters. The tyrant towered above the delicate young woman, who was like a red flower blooming in front of a mass of abyssal darkness. His heart skipped a beat when he saw that the blind girl failed to capitalize on the momentum of her advance and attack before the tyrant could react.
Why is she...
In that moment, however, the Sybil's terrifying maw opened. Sunny had expected to hear a deafening roar, but what came out of the creature's maw was a deep, rumbling, inhuman groan instead. Hearing that voice, Cassia sighed quietly and lowered her weapons.
What the hell is she doing?
Sunny dodged a fearsome attack, feeling the wind raised by the abomination's spear throw his hair into disarray. As a chill crept up his spine, he sidestepped a black tentacle that insidiously shot at him from beneath the water and prepared to dive into the shadows to come to Cassia's aid. However, he did not get a chance to. Right at that moment, the water which he had been using for footing suddenly tore free of his control. With no time to react, Sunny plunged into its cold embrace. This section of the dark hall was not flooded too terribly, but still, a moment later he was submerged up to his chest.
Curse it!
Sunny did not have to look around to know what had happened. One of the corrupted devils leading the drowned was targeting him, using some profane power to wrestle the dark waters from his control. He did not possess a domain yet, after all, so whatever connection to the element the Crown of Twilight provided him with was weak and rudimentary. The situation was not good. Currently, Sunny was only augmented by a couple of his 5 shadows and some of Neff's flame. Because of the synergy between the two, he was much stronger than he would have been otherwise, enough so to push his body through the water with sufficient speed, but not enough speed to keep the same frantic cadence of combat.
That devil has to die. Fast!
Distracted by his own predicament, he had to delay joining Cassia in the battle against the Sybil. Up on the dais overseeing the flooded hall, meanwhile, the defiled creature and the blind seer continued to stand opposite each other without movement. Only the Sybil's appalling tentacles were swaying subtly, her monstrous figure reflected in the polished metal of Cassia's light cuirass. Despite her inaction, the air between the two was swelling with an invisible tension. It was as though something utterly dark and dreadful was seething, unseen, beneath the fabric of the world, ready to explode and engulf the expanse of the flooded hall. Cassia stood with her weapons lowered, her silver mask directed straight at the defiled monstrosity. Her beautiful face was slowly growing paler and paler, but its expression remained calm and resolute. Despite her body remaining motionless like an ice sculpture, her mind was in a state of utter havoc. It was because she was using her awakened ability to its utter limit, well past it even. If Sunny was capable of reading thoughts, he would have known that the blind girl was in a state of absolute pristine battle clarity. Time moved slowly for her, and 1,000 thoughts were being born in her head each second. Cassia was sensing the future, or rather, a multitude of futures. Usually she was able to perceive a few seconds into it. By activating her awakened ability, Cassia could enter a state similar to existing in 2 separate moments of time, one current, the other approaching. If she stumbled in the approaching moment, she could correct her steps and avoid falling when it became the current one. Of course, such a way of existing was incredibly strange, disorienting, and mentally straining. It had taken her a long time to not only master this perplexing ability, but also learn how to make use of it flawlessly. Here in the flooded temple, however, the heavy comfort of her aspect ability had been disturbed. Because of the bizarre influence the defiled Sybil was exerting on probability, turning it vague and chaotic. Cassia was torn between different versions of possible futures instead of one definite one. Instead of two moments in time, she existed in the present and in several fragmented variants of the approaching. Still, she had grown used to it too. An existence like this was arduous, but not impossible. And now, she had to master and make use of it as well. A step forward. In Cassia's mind, she took a swift step forward and then dashed at the defiled Sybil with stunning speed. The quiet dancer flashed, diving under one of the deadly tentacles and aiming to hit the creature in a vital spot. At the same time, it flashed to slice at the tentacle instead. At the same time, the slender rapier was tossed aside, helpless. At the same time, it sank into the abomination's flesh, but failed to do any serious damage. And then, Cassia stumbled, her attack missing the intended target. The dark tentacles wrapped around her entire body, her bones shattered, ripping the flesh apart. She opened her mouth to scream in agony, only for a fountain of blood to flow out of it instead. Death was not kind. At the same time, the tentacle continued to move, ignoring the slender blade that had cut it. Its blow was so powerful that Cassia's skull split open, pieces of pink flesh and shards of bone falling into the dark water. She toppled to the cold stones like a broken doll. The pain was harrowing, but swift. At the same time, she felt something breaking through her armor, crushing her ribcage, ripping her heart and lungs into shreds, snapping her spine, and exiting from her back. Cassia's convulsing body was raised into the air and tossed aside, leaving a long bloody trail on the dais. The harrowing wound did not kill her instantly. Drowning, she wished it had. At the same time, there was nothing in the future but terrible, inhuman, intolerable agony. Cassia was broken, torn apart, and drowned. The pain never ended, but that was all right. Thanks to her strange ability, she had already survived dying 10,000 times. Every time she fought, she died countless times to emerge victorious from the fight. That was how she won. Back in the present, no more than a split second passed. She was still standing motionlessly, a calm expression on her face. A step to the left, then. In Cassia's mind, she took a swift step to the left. In the darkness of the flooded temple, a second passed. Sunny was still falling into the water. During that second, Cassia had lost count of how many times her slender body was broken and mutilated by the monstrous Sybil. A thought was much faster than a blade, but it had the same effect on the future as an action. Every time she mentally changed her plan of action, the immediate future changed as well. And currently, Cassia was thinking with stunning speed. A step to the right, a step forward, high attack. A step forward, low attack. A half step. She imagined a future and suffered the consequences, again and again. The Sybil was too powerful, too sinister, too vile, but not insurmountably so. Another moment passed, and finally, Cassia imagined the future where she did not die. Found it. In the approaching moment of time, she managed to evade the fury of harrowing tentacles unscathed and deliver a fatal strike. The quiet dancer whistled melodiously as she cut the air and plunged into the Sybil's neck. Cassia prepared to move, but then the fragmented future turned vague, disappearing. Instead, there was more pain, more defeat, and more horror. Of course, I thought so. She did not lose her composure, because that was what she had been expecting. Cassia was not the only one oracle in this temple after all. The Sybil had just as much control over the future as she did. Much more of it, even. Just as Cassia finally found one path that led to her victory, the defiled abomination destroyed it, pulling over other outcomes from the abyss of possibilities. Instantly, Whatever chance the graceful young woman facing her had was gone. Their unseen and motionless, but furious and chillingly violent battle continued. Another second had already passed. Faster, faster. Cassia gritted her teeth, feeling her mind spinning feverishly. She had already found a path, knowing where to look. She would be able to find another one sooner. If the future was a battlefield, then she had just conquered a small part of it, gaining control of not only that single possibility, but also all possibilities similar to it, while simultaneously denying them to the enemy. Now all she had to do was to conquer the rest, until the Sibyl had no more futures to replace her death with. Half a step to the left, aim for the neck. A jumping start, aim for the neck. Half a step to the right, aim for the heart. A few more frozen seconds passed. The flooded hall quaked and groaned as dust and streams of water fell from its cracked ceiling. The horror of the depths was shrieking as its flesh burned, long limbs lashing out madly to crush the hateful radiant. The drowned were besieging Sunny and his shadows, some of them dead, but much more still frenzied and full of bloodlust. Cassia was standing motionlessly in front of the Sibyl. In her mind, the futures where she lived and the creature died multiplied. With each one she found, finding the next one became slightly easier. But finding many was not enough. She had to have more. She had to have them all. As her mind burned, spinning faster and faster, the abomination grew more furious too. The influence it exerted on the future became much more oppressive and suffocating, forcefully drowning harmful futures and pulling beneficial ones to the surface. And yet, despite that, Cassia was slowly usurping small areas of the invisible battlefield, one after another. Although both the blind seer and the defiled Sibyl remained still, as if frozen, the air between them was crackling with pressure. The darkness boiled, failing to contain the gruesome violence of their clash. It felt as if the stone surface of the dais would crack and shatter from the aftershocks of the ruthless confrontation. But of course, it did not, because the countless futures where the battle was taking place never happened. Cassia was conquering these unborn futures. The Sibyl was able to manipulate probability to make only those outcomes that benefited her come true, so Cassia had to disarm the creature. She had to surround her enemy with only those outcomes that ended in the enemy's death. She had to make the future into a cage. A lunge, followed by a feint, followed by a sidestep, followed by a thrust. A false lunge, release the quiet dancer, simultaneously thrust and flanking attack. A step forward, release the quiet dancer, dagger parry turning into a slash, backstab. Cassia died, and died, and died, each death more gruesome than the previous one. But slowly, more and more of the fragments of the future she perceived allowed her to live. The Sibyl was surrounded more and more by the outcomes that ended in her death. Her cage was growing smaller, and smaller still. Down in the water, Sunny used the convulsing body of the corrupted devil to push himself to the surface and shoot into the air. Landing on a pile of rubble, he tossed the fiend's severed head at an approaching abomination and followed up with a strike of the Sin of Solace, piercing the creature's heart. After that, he had a second to breathe. Turning swiftly, Sunny looked at the dais where Cassia was facing the Sibyl. He was both surprised and intensely relieved to realize that neither of them had moved still. Strange. Spreading his shadow sense through the battlefield, he allowed himself a split second to evaluate the situation. Nephis and the horror of the depths seemed to be in a stalemate. The abomination's body was too alien and too vast for her to deal fatal damage to it, while the abomination itself was not smart enough to catch the supremely skilled and calculating human with a devastating strike. His shadows were in the middle of a furious battle. Neither saint nor fiend were seriously injured, although There were several dents on the infernal ogre's armor. Nightmare had avoided being seriously wounded due to his speed and agility, for now. But there was already blood on the tenebrous stallion's sable coat. The two echoes were mostly intact as well. The civil was cruelly vivisecting a drowned champion, while the four-armed mannequin had lost one of his 4 blades. The latter echo was struggling.
No choice.
Sonny had to help Cassia, even if it meant abandoning the battle with the drowned and throwing more pressure at his subordinates. A moment later, he was already leaning to step through the shadows and appear on the dais. But at the same moment, Cassia finally moved. A split second before, she had been frozen like an ice sculpture. But then, abruptly, she was already in motion, dashing forward with stunning speed. The blind girl danced between the surging tentacles, somehow avoiding each inescapable and lethal strike. Before Sonny could even blink, the blade of the quiet dancer flashed once, and Cassia was suddenly behind the monstrous tyrant. The Sibyl swayed slightly. Her tentacles grew still. Then, a thin stream of crimson blood flowed from a small hole in her neck. As the invisible ripple spread through the flooded hall, the defiled oracle swayed once more and toppled into the seething black water. As soon as the Sibyl fell, it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the darkness of the flooded temple. Sonny did not see anything, nor did he sense the change, but the gnawing feeling of something being subtly wrong with the world was suddenly gone, allowing him to breathe freely.
Cassia killed her?
Stunned, he froze for a split second. The grotesque body of the defiled plunged into the water and disappeared beneath its dark surface. Sonny had no doubt that the creature would emerge from the restless depths to deliver its furious retribution the next moment. But the moment passed, and it had not. The glossy black surface remained unbroken.
She did it.
Sonny was momentarily astounded. Yes, Nephis had chosen Cassia to face the Sibyl, but not to slay her. The blind girl had been meant to occupy the defiled until one or both of them finished wiping out their share of enemies and reached the dais. When did Cassia become so strong? Although the Sibyl had been a nightmare creature who relied on her unholy powers more than on her physical might, a corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Killing an abomination like that was no small feat. Quite the opposite, actually. Let alone doing it in one strike. How many masters were there who could boast the same? Were there any, even? And yet, Cassia had not only killed her, but had also made it look effortless. Sonny frowned, feeling a strange mix of unease and elation. Had she always been that lethal? Or was it the result of the year she spent alone in the third nightmare? He suddenly felt a hint of discomfort. It was as though he did not know one of his closest companions nearly as well as he had thought. Sonny quickly recovered from his brief reverie, though. The battle was still not over, and, albeit victory was within grasp, all that separated him from death was one mistake. Well, maybe one mistake and a half, thanks to Weaver's forbidden lineage and the marble shell. Generously burning his nearly inexhaustible essence, he used the Crown of Twilight to call upon the water once again and lunged at the next enemy. The moment Sonny faced the powerful demon, he knew that the tide had changed. The drowned were still just as powerful, sinister, and deadly, but the oppressive burden of the shifting future was gone. It had disappeared as soon as Cassia's rapier pierced the Sibyl's neck, ending her tyranny.
Now we're talking.
He forced himself to remain focused, refusing to relax. Right. What madness was this? What kind of fool would relax when facing a swarm of corrupted demons? Even without the defiled oracle, They were enough to slaughter a score of masters. These creatures were different from the usual minions tyrants controlled too. It was as Cassia had said. The drowned were sentient and chose whom to serve, as opposed to being forced into servitude. Usually tyrants could only control minions of a lesser rank, but since the drowned had followed the defiled Sibyl voluntarily, that rule was broken in the flooded temple.
Don't get arrogant.
The haughty shadow already had enough arrogance to outshine 10 vainglorious fools. Sunny really did not want to end up dead by following its example. Stepping on water, he deflected a harpoon flying at him from the darkness with enough speed and force to put a projectile shot from a siege engine to shame. Then, Sunny shifted his weight and lashed out with the Sin of Solace, cleanly decapitating the nearest drowned warrior. It felt different. Finally, he was once again in full control of both his actions and their outcomes. The confidence that Sunny had almost lost returned. Grinning behind the fearsome mask, he listened to the spell whispering into his ear and disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, a mass of black tentacles enveloped the empty space where he had been standing. Sunny, however, was already somewhere else, his jade sword reaping another life. Not too far from him, Saint continued her silent slaughter. With nothing holding her back anymore, the graceful knight had turned even more lethal. Unlike Sunny and Fiend, she could not move through shadows, which put her at a dire risk of being surrounded. The drowned were not much weaker than the taciturn shadow, so being caught by their tentacles could very well mean the end of her. However, Saint was too skilled and calculating to allow herself to be immobilized. She was a battle master after all, which meant that any battlefield was her domain. Moving with deadly grace and murderous foresight, she controlled not just her sword, but also the very space around her. Everything that entered it was at her mercy. Fiend, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc among the drowned. The dull black silver of his metal body seemed to radiate heat. And surrounded by boiling vapor, the furious shadow sliced through the abominations with his incinerating claws. The white radiance burning in his eyes and maw was tinted crimson by the flowing blood of his enemies. The infernal ogre seemed to be enjoying himself quite a bit. This was his first battle after reaching maturity, and so he was basking in his ferocious strength and his newly learned battle techniques. He also seemed very happy at the opportunity to show off in front of Saint. Not to mention that every abomination he killed was bound to become his dinner soon. Unlike everyone else in the flooded hall, Fiend was on cloud 9 and living his best life. The echo of the Sibyl was gruesomely slaughtering the drowned, followed by the damaged steel mannequin. The two of them were much less expressive than Sunny's shadows, but also pulling their own weight. Of course, all of them were having a much easier time of fighting the swarm of corrupted demons because their enemies were weakened by the dreadful powers of Nightmare. The Dark Destroyer was shrouded in darkness and terror, moving across the flooded hall as swiftly as a shadow. His adamantine fangs, horns, and hooves had broken and mutilated many abominations already. But judging by the menacing crimson glow of his eyes, the stallion's fury was nowhere near being satiated. The battle was still perilous and dire, but its outcome seemed more and more certain with every moment. The breaking point of the battle happened when the massive body of the Depth Dweller finally collapsed into the boiling water. Many of the monstrous creature's limbs had been severed, its mantle of rotting seaweed had been devoured by flame, and its slithering mass of eels compromising its gaunt body had been charred, sliced open, and pierced through. After a long and arduous fight, Nephis had finally killed the abominable giant. By then, Sunny and his shadows already sensed that the drowned were wavering. Once Nephis joined the fight against the demons, the scales swung in favor of the cohort drastically, and before too long, the last of the sinister creatures was slain. Suddenly, and without warning, the dark expanse of the flooded hall turned silent. The only thing Sunny could hear was the sound of water streaming through the cracks in the ceiling. He looked up.
This place is not going to collapse, is it?
But then, suddenly, there was another sound. A ghastly, repulsive squelching of flesh being torn. Spinning around, Sonny raised the Sin of Solace and prepared himself for the worst. But what he saw made his eyes narrow. Having already climbed on top of the dead Depth Dweller, Fiend was enthusiastically tearing into the creature's repugnant flesh with his fangs. Feeling Sonny's gaze on him, the ogre looked up in confusion, as if trying to ask, "What?" Pieces of disgusting fleshy meat were still hanging from his maw.
This bastard. He almost gave me a heart attack.
Not receiving an answer, the steel devil shrugged and continued ravenously devouring the dead abomination. He was practically beaming with delight. Sonny let out a long sigh.
Well, whatever. The rascal deserves a reward.
He was very satisfied with how Fiend had performed in the battle. It seemed that Sonny's efforts were paying off. The decision to not only feed the gluttonous shadow enchanted metals until his primary attributes were set had turned him not only extremely durable, but also effortlessly lethal. It was as though Fiend was made from both armor plates and steel blades, with infernal flames enhancing both the former and the latter. The steel ogre did not even need to use weapons, because he was a living weapon himself.
He's so gluttonous, though.
At this point, Sonny was really not sure how much Fiend was going to have to eat to evolve once again. It was probably going to take a veritable mountain of food. On the bright side, they never found themselves lacking terrible nightmare creatures to kill, so at least there was no risk of running short on meals.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's something to be happy about.
Sonny studied his other two shadows and dismissed Nightmare after a moment of thought. Although his dreadful steed was not seriously wounded, there were some wounds on his sable coat. It was better to let the Black Stallion heal now that there were not supposed to be any more enemies around. At the same time, the two echoes dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, half of them white, half of them scarlet. The Sibyl seemed fine, but the blade mannequin was seriously damaged. It would be some time before Cassia would be able to summon the artificial swordsman again. Sonny lingered a bit, then dismissed Weaver's mask and took a deep breath. The stale air of the underground hall was pleasantly cool on his skin. He enjoyed it for a moment and headed for the raised dais. Not long after, the three masters were reunited on its slightly tilted surface. Nephis looked perfectly fine, of course. She always did. Any wound she had received would have been healed by the white flames long ago. In fact, that was one of the most frightening things about Changing Star. Unless someone managed to kill her both instantly and utterly, she could recover from almost anything. Nevertheless, she looked terribly drained and exhausted. The same power that healed her wounds and burned her enemies to ash subjected Nephis to unspeakable agony, which was why she only used her aspect when there was no other choice. Cassia seemed untouched too, but although she only delivered a few swift strikes throughout the entire battle, she somehow looked even more fatigued than Nephis. It was as though she would collapse at any moment. Sonny was suddenly worried.
Are you all right?
The blind girl lingered for a few moments, then smiled faintly.
Yes, it's just that I... Remember the headache I told you about? I'm feeling it now.
He frowned.
Right. Although it all happened terribly fast, she must have overused her aspect ability to be able to kill that thing.
Sonny shook his head.
Anyway, dispatching a corrupted tyrant in a single exchange? That was impressive. Since when are you so terrifying?
Cassia faced him and suddenly laughed.
I'll take it as a compliment, if you don't mind.
Her laugh was bright and clear. She turned in the direction where the Sibyl had disappeared beneath the dark water and sighed.
She was the enemy that cost me half of Fallen Grace, and all the lives that have been lost as a result of moving the city upstream. I've been preparing for this fight for a very long time, so don't be too surprised.
Sunny coughed and looked away. The defiled Sybil had been a dangerous adversary to him, but to Cassia, she was something more. He knew all too well the shame of losing people you were responsible for to an overwhelming enemy.
Good. It's good that Cassia got some payback.
He hoped that he would be able to slaughter the winter beast one day too. Sunny hesitated for a moment, thinking if he should pat the blind girl on the back, or maybe grip her shoulder. What was one supposed to do in these situations? Before he could decide, though, Nephis took a few steps forward and took Cassia into a gentle embrace. She did not say anything, but there seemed to be no need for words. The blind girl smiled.
Thank you anyway. The temple should be safe now. I don't think it will collapse anytime soon either. Still, we shouldn't linger. How about we rest a little, gather our spoils, and then do what we came here to do?
Sunny nodded. Accomplishing their goal as soon as possible sounded like a good plan. Gathering plentiful spoils sounded even better. But the most enticing thing Cassia suggested by far was to rest.
Great idea.
Without wasting any time, Sunny plopped on the ground and summoned the covetous coffer. Fiend was not the only one who had worked up quite an appetite during the tiresome battle. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia spent a while resting on the dais of the flooded hall. They were surrounded by the stench of blood and death, but none of them minded. It was too familiar of a smell, after all. Most awakened would not lose appetite because of it. The three of them needed to refuel their exhausted bodies regardless. Without speaking much, they consumed a hearty meal and spent some time catching their breath. There was mental fatigue to deal with as well. The mind was not as quick to recover from the strain of the battle as the body. Sunny, it seemed, was in better shape than Nephis and Cassia. After spending some time in a comfortable daze, his thoughts started to wander. Curious, he checked his runes.
No luck.
Despite the large number of enemies he and his shadows had slaughtered, there were no new memories. Not to mention echoes. Sunny was not too discouraged, though, mostly because his shadow fragment counter was showing 1,944 out of 5,000.
I've earned almost 500 fragments in a single battle.
That was a truly stunning amount. Sunny struggled to remember if he had ever earned that much that fast. Considering that the nightmare promised to be quite intense from this point onward, there was a good chance that he would emerge from it as a terror. Just 6 battles of similar scope would do the trick. Of course, it was uncertain if he would survive the nightmare at all. Still, every fragment he absorbed made him a tiny bit stronger. So, earning hundreds of them in the span of a few minutes was a boon. After a while, the three of them reluctantly got to work. By then, Fiend was mostly done with devouring the gargantuan corpse of the Depth Dweller. Once again, Sunny was flabbergasted by how much meat could fit inside the gluttonous Shadow's bottomless belly. The monstrous abomination had been at least 10 times larger than the Steel Devil, and yet there was barely anything left of it.
Does he have some sort of an endless spatial storage instead of a stomach?
Shaking his head, Sunny called both Fiend and Saint over. Then, the 5 of them started the gruesome job of recovering the soul shards from the drowned. After a while, they were back on the dais, sitting on the cold stones. All 3 humans had a somewhat strange look on their faces, their eyes reflecting the beautiful glow of a sizable pile of radiant crystals that lay between them. Unable to control himself, Sunny trembled.
So much money.
There were no less than 300 transcended soul shards in the pile. 300. In the waking world, they would have sold for enough money to buy the entire terrace district where his home was located.
What do I even spend it on?
Sonny lingered for a few moments, then scratched his head.
I don't know about you great legacies, but this just seems too extravagant. I knew that third nightmares were something else, but still.
Cassia and Nephis turned to him. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl shook her head.
No, that's a bit much even for us.
Clan Valor was rich beyond imagination, but its expenditures were equally enormous. It took a lot of resources to maintain an army of awakened and keep a great citadel safe, while people who could slay corrupted nightmare creatures were few and burdened with other responsibilities. Sonny glanced at the mesmerizing pile of soul shards and sighed.
Damn it. Why? Why can't I absorb shards?
He remained silent for a while, then said in a stifled voice,
Well, time's a-wastin'. Come on, Neff. Chop chop.
She gave him a confused look.
Huh?
Sonny swallowed his tears and smiled.
Cassia has already saturated her core, so you're the only one who can make use of these shards. Leave me a few for weaving, and absorb the rest.
Nephis remained silent for a few moments.
But I only killed the Depth Dweller, and a dozen drowned. You and Cassia deserve these shards much more.
He shrugged.
The sooner we make you a Titan, the better. I already received my share of fragments anyway. Plus, we are in the same boat, quite literally. You said it yourself, too. Individual strength is not all that. If there's anything we can do to increase the overall strength of the cohort, it has to be done.
Sonny leaned forward, picked up a shimmering crystal, and threw it to Nephis. Her gaze did not move, but her hand shot forward and caught it. She hesitated for a bit, then sighed and crushed the soul shard. A stream of white sparks then entered her body, surrounding it with radiance. Before it dimmed, Nephis picked up another shard and absorbed it as well. 1, 2, 3, 10. Trying very hard to keep bitter envy from showing on his face, Sonny observed the process from the sidelines. Belatedly, he realized that absorbing hundreds of shards was a very slow process. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the soft radiance surrounding Neff's slender figure. After a while, a quiet sigh escaped from his lips.
Pretty.
Then Sonny coughed.
I mean, this mountain of wealth. Can there be a prettier sight? Too bad it's all going to be gone soon. Yeah.
Forcing himself to look away, he glanced at Cassia. The blind girl seemed to have regained some of her liveliness, but she still looked unsteady. He summoned the Endless Spring and offered it to her. Cassia must have been low on essence, because she didn't see the gesture. That probably meant that her aspect abilities were not activated, leaving her truly blind, just as she had been as a sleeper. Sonny lingered for a moment. Calling out to her, he gently grasped her wrist and placed the memory into her palm.
Here, drink some water.
She held the Endless Spring for a bit, then brought her other hand closer and traced the shape of the beautiful glass bottle with her fingers. A subtle smile appeared on Cassia's lips. Bringing the bottle to them, she took a few sips of the cool, refreshing water and offered the Endless Spring back to Sonny.
Thank you.
Dismissing the memory, he remembered the past. The Endless Spring was one of the 3 memories Cassia had earned in her first nightmare. It had served them well on the Forgotten Shore and was later gifted to Sonny by the blind girl. The beautiful glass bottle had followed him on all his misadventures ever since, saving his life on several occasions. Looking back, it was quite a thoughtful gift.
But don't you know why she gave it to you?
Sonny flinched, looking up at the Sin of Solace. The sword wraith had appeared from the darkness at some point, unseen, and now stood above him with a cold expression.
Not out of any kind of affection, of course. It was just something to dampen the torment of guilt she felt over betraying you. So, if anything, that gift of hers was quite self-indulgent. A person can't condemn a friend to death and want to feel good about themselves at the same time, you know. If they have any shame.
The apparition smiled.
Hey, she never even apologized, did she?
The Sin of Solace shook his head.
So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she has never had any shame and has never felt guilty about stabbing you in the back to begin with.
Sitting opposite Sunny, Cassia hugged her shoulders and lowered her head. He gritted his teeth.
Shut the hell up. Nobody asked for your opinion, wretch.
As Nephis continued to absorb soul shards, the laughter of the odious wraith echoed in his ears. Eventually, Nephis was done with the pile of soul shards. Sunny stored a few of them inside the covetous coffer, then dismissed the alloy chest and rose, looking around the flooded hall. Although the structure sustained some damage during the battle, it had not collapsed yet. He did not know how much longer the Lost Temple would last, though. The sight of numerous cracks covering the distant ceiling did not fill him with confidence.
It's not the end of the world.
Sunny had to remind himself that even if the temple collapsed, the three of them would be just fine. They were masters, not mundane people. It was just hard to remember the difference sometimes. No one would be able to remain composed when there were countless tons of stone and cold water ready to fall on their heads.
Shall we go?
Nephis had finished absorbing the soul shards, and Fiend had finished stuffing his face with what remained of the drowned. They had rested enough as well. Nothing was preventing them from exploring deeper into the temple. Rising to her feet, Cassia nodded.
Yeah, let's go.
Nephis did a few stretches and brandished her sword in a flowing series of strikes, familiarizing herself with the subtle change of her physical power. Then she followed the two of them to the far end of the flooded hall.
What are we searching for exactly?
Cassia was looking at the cracked wall behind the dais, her expression glum. After a few moments of silence, she responded in a distant tone.
This temple used to be dedicated to knowledge. The three Sibyls who ruled Fallen Grace each had different responsibilities, and this one, as the senior, was the guardian of truths. She oversaw a vast library where everything the Sibyls knew about the world was recorded. Many faithful priests and priestesses were responsible for keeping and expanding the library as well.
The blind girl sighed.
Of course, most of that knowledge was lost when the Sibyl succumbed to the defilement, and the rest had to have slowly deteriorated after her imprisonment. The recent water damage probably obliterated most of what was left. Still, there is a chance that we'll find hints of what to expect on our journey.
Finally, Cassia noticed a small door that was obscured by darkness. Most of the narrow corridor it led to submerged underwater. Taking a step in that direction, she said,
Among other things, the Sibyls kept detailed maps and records of the Great River here. Every city, every settlement, every stronghold of a powerful seeker. From what I was able to learn, these maps were engraved on the stone slates. They would not have been destroyed that easily. The information about the place where Effie and Soul Reaper are trapped should have been recorded as well.
The geography of the Tomb of Ariel, or rather, of both the human settlements and the hazardous environments, was constantly shifting. Human cities migrated, while dangerous areas changed or moved. Considering the treacherous nature of the Great River, keeping maps was not too simple of a task. That said, some places had a constant location, and even if it changed, the knowledge of how they had been in the past could help Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia learn what it was exactly that they would have to face.
Great.
Sunny muttered to himself. Usually Sunny would have preserved his essence, but since the battle was behind them, and he was being spoiled by the Crown of Twilight, he simply commanded the water to part instead of jumping into its cold embrace. It took some effort for him to move so much of it, but a few seconds later, the flooded corridor was flooded no more. The three of them descended from the dais and entered through the small door, venturing into the very heart of the lost temple. As they walked, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit disturbed. There were much more signs of the Sibyl's rampage here, close to the inner sanctum. Even though the defiled abomination was dead now, the marks she had left on the ancient walls remained as eerie and ominous as ever. Cassia opened her mouth to say something, but remained silent in the end. A grim expression settled on her exquisite face. The bright glimmer of her beautiful eyes dimmed, replaced by somber darkness. He frowned, worried that they should have given the blind girl more time to rest. In the end, Sunny hurried his steps to catch up to her and asked,
Are you all right?
Cassia hesitated for a few moments, then smiled faintly.
Yes, sure. Why wouldn't I be?
Then she traced the frightening marks left on the wall by the fury of the imprisoned Sibyl.
I was just thinking what it must have felt like to be buried here alive. The people of Fallen Grace thought that they were showing mercy by not killing her. Our reverence and devotion, perhaps. But
she sighed and shook her head.
Wouldn't it have been better to just die?
Sunny lingered for a while, not knowing what to answer. It was just a curious question to him, but to Cassia, who had lived an entire year playing the role of a Sibyl, it had to be much more personal. Eventually, he shrugged.
I'd rather die, yes.
The blind girl smiled.
Yeah, that just goes to show that good intentions often produce the most cruel of results. Don't you think?
When Sunny nodded, she paused for a moment, then suddenly added in a dark tone.
However, personally I disagree. I'd rather live, no matter what.
He looked at her with surprise, slightly confused by the contradiction.
Why?
Cassia remained silent for a few moments. It seemed as though she was considering his question seriously. Eventually, she chuckled.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Pride, maybe? The world is trying to kill us so hard. It just feels like such a shame to let it have its way.
Sunny stared at her with an incredulous expression.
What the hell?
Wasn't it basically the same thing he had told Hero all those years ago in the first nightmare? It was like listening to a more refined and eloquent version of himself. Was it such a surprise, though? Although he and Cassia came from entirely different backgrounds, they were more alike than anyone would think, simply because they both shared an affinity to fate, and knew better than most how tyrannical fate was. He kept quiet for a bit, then scoffed. Before Sunny could respond, though, Nephis spoke from behind them.
Well then, what's the problem? Just make sure not to die. There, problem solved.
He nodded with a grin.
Exactly. I mean, it's not that hard if a fool like me can stay alive. Anyone can.
Cassia smiled, amused by their awkward attempts to raise her mood. She nodded.
Oh, all right. What a novel idea. I'll take it under advisement.
As the sound of quiet chuckling echoed in the dark corridor, the three masters went deeper into the darkness of the ancient temple. As they walked through the corridors, Sunny kept clearing their way with the help of the Crown of Twilight. Of course, they could easily swim through the flooded portions of the temple, but why would they, if there was an easier way? The walls of the narrow corridors glistened, reflecting the light of a luminous memory Nephis had summoned. Soon, Sunny noticed a subtle change in them. If the ancient stone was unadorned before, now it was covered by the remains of beautiful murals. He couldn't quite understand what was depicted on them, though, partially because the murals were heavily damaged, partially because the images were quite strange. They were more symbolic than descriptive. At least that was the conclusion he made.
What's that?
Noticing that Nephis seemed to be interested in the murals as well, Sunny finally gave voice to his curiosity. She hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head.
I'm not sure.
In front of them was an image depicting a vast black field that looked strangely terrifying. In the middle of it, a massive golden flame was burning, illuminating the darkness with its radiance. Cassia slowed her steps and turned slightly, facing the mural. After a moment of silence, she said matter-of-factly,
It's the myth of creation.
The two of them looked at her with some confusion. Feeling their gazes, the blind girl sighed, then smiled lightly.
The inhabitants of the dream realm had a myth of how the world came to be, of course. Actually, many of them. Most shared common points, though.
She pointed to the mural.
In the beginning, there was only the boundless void of chaos.
Sunny tilted his head a little, remembering the description of a memory he once possessed. The memory of a drop of Shadow God's blood. The runes he had read told the same. Of course, Cassia was slightly altering the meaning due to the difference between the language of the waking world and the runic language the spell used. There was no void of chaos, because the words void and chaos meant the same thing. Come to think of it, it had been the same in the human language once as well. These days, when someone said chaos, they wanted to describe some sort of a huge mess. But the initial meaning of that word simply meant emptiness. So saying that there was only the void meant the same thing as saying there was only chaos. It was the dark abyss that Weaver had apparently visited, and where the gods had come from. Cassia, meanwhile, continued.
The void was everlasting and ever-changing. Terrible beings dwelled within the void as well. But then came desire, and with it came direction.
She pointed to the golden flame. Sunny raised an eyebrow. These last words were exactly the same as in the description of the drop of ichor.
Yeah, I've heard something similar before. But to be honest, I never really understood what all of it actually means. Desire, direction, why are they so significant?
It was Nephis, not Cassia, who answered.
It's simple, really. Well, it's a paradox, but a rather simple one. Since the void was eternal, limitless, and forever changing, it was inevitable that sooner or later it would produce something that contradicted its fundamental qualities. In other words, something unchanging. That was desire, a single constant in the forever shifting abyss.
She coughed and then added with embarrassment,
Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me. But if you think about it, it makes sense. A desire can't change, because if it does, it ceases to be itself and becomes a different desire. So the concept of desire is static by nature.
Sunny blinked a couple of times.
Huh? What? That's a bit too complicated for me. What a weird myth. I like the ones you tell way better. You know, the stories about cunning men defeating giants, building wooden horses to conquer cities, and fighting sea monsters.
A subtle smile appeared on Neff's face. Sunny enjoyed the view of it, then scratched the back of his head and added,
But I get the idea. Desire was the first unchanging thing born from the ever-changing void. So it was in contradiction to the void.
She nodded.
Yes, a desire also can't exist by itself. It needs a subject. You want something, strive for something, dream of something. So, a desire has to be directed somewhere. Hence, with it came direction.
Sunny looked at her with a strange expression.
That strangely makes sense.
So the direction the myth spoke about was a natural consequence of desire, or rather, the concept of desire being born within the void. And since both were constant, their existence was in opposition to the forever changing abyss. Where there had only been chaos, there was now something resembling order. Coincidentally, the word directionless could also mean disorderly in the runic language, and therefore, the word direction could also mean order. Even though it was not entirely correct, such an analogy made it easier for Sunny to understand the underlying meaning of the strange creation myth. It was a conflict between chaos and order. The void creatures represented chaos, while the gods represented order. He hesitated for a moment, then asked,
But a desire for what? What was that desire?
Cassia laughed quietly.
Nobody knows. In fact, I don't think anyone can truly know. We humans are not capable of truly understanding divine matters after all. So this myth is merely a crude facsimile of the real story. Personally, I think it was the very idea of desire, not a specific one. That's why there is a fairy tale about the Well of Wishes here in the Tomb of Ariel, a magical place that can grant any wish, not just the correct one.
Sunny looked at her amused.
You know that fairy tale too.
Cassia coughed and turned away in embarrassment.
Oh, yeah. It's popular among the younger inhabitants of Fallen Grace. I listened to it once or twice out of curiosity.
She lingered for a moment, then walked to the next mural. On it, 6 radiant figures were shown standing around the mass of golden flames, which had become much smaller. Vague but terrifying shapes could be seen in the surrounding darkness, swarming them. The blind girl pointed at the image.
The gods were born from desire. Then they waged a terrible war on the Old Ones, the creatures of the void.
The next few murals depicted the battles between the 6 radiant figures and the vague shapes hiding in the darkness of the abyssal void. Sunny found them quite funny. He already knew that the war between the gods and the unknown was waged with weapons like death, time, and space. It had truly been a war beyond human comprehension. However, the ancient people had drawn the murals according to their human imagination. In them, the gods battled the void creatures with swords, spears, and even fists from time to time. Imagining a god having a fist fight with a primordial horror was rather comical. Sunny shook his head.
It's curious, isn't it? The gods are always said to be the enemies of the void creatures, but really, they're void creatures themselves, just of a different breed.
Both the unknown and the gods had been born from the void. So the gods were unknown themselves, primordial beings from before anything remotely human had ever existed. It was just that they were a very special kind of these ancient abominations, a kind that was inherently opposed to the abyss that had spawned them and everything it represented. Nephis slowly nodded.
Indeed. But what does it matter?
Sunny lightly shook his head.
I guess it doesn't.
Awakened and nightmare creatures were also 2 sides of the same coin. That didn't make them the same. The 3 of them continued forward, studying the murals. Eventually, the void creatures seemed to have been defeated, albeit not destroyed. Beaten and diminished, they crouched in a dark corner of the abyss, surrounded by the 6 radiant figures.
This is interesting.
Sunny knew very little about how the war between the gods and the unknown had ended. The description of the drop of ichor only said that the void had been bound, but not how it had happened. Finally, the 3 of them stopped in front of the second-to-last mural. On it, the 6 radiant figures seemed to be holding a net made from what was left of the golden flame. Surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks, They threw the net on the crouching creatures of the void, engulfing them in radiance. The last mural depicted a familiar landscape. The black abyss was gone, replaced by forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky. He looked at Cassia expectantly. She had been the one to spend a whole year with the inhabitants of the nightmare, after all. If anyone knew their myths, it would be her. The blind girl sighed.
In the end, when the Old Ones were defeated, the gods took direction and used their weapons to wrap it around the void. That was how the void was sealed, and that was how the world was created.
Sunny stared at the last mural, overcome by an eerie feeling.
Wait a second.
The forests, plains, rivers, and a vast blue sky, the crouching beings enveloped by a net of golden radiance. He already knew that these murals had been drawn according to the limited imagination of their creators. So, if he looked beyond what was drawn, at the underlying meaning, desire, direction, order, the absolute laws like time and space that the gods had created to use as weapons. Did it mean that the gods had created the world and the universe, rather by sealing the void in the cage of universal laws? He shivered at the thought.
So wait, does it mean that everything we know is basically a cage for the abyssal beings of the void? That everything is just an outer shell of a prison built to contain the abyss?
Cassia and Nephis turned to him somberly. After a while, the blind girl said, her voice strangely calm,
I think not quite that literally, but yes, the void was never destroyed. It was only bound, and the world is what binds it. Not the waking world, and not the dream realm, more of existence itself as we know it.
Sunny remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. What Cassia said sounded terrifying. It was as though he was standing on the surface of a deep, dark ocean, separated from its lightless depths only by a thin, fragile film of ice. That ice was all of existence.
Damnation.
Why was he so bothered by some stupid myth anyway? The answer was obvious. It would have been easy to dismiss the whole thing as an ancient superstition, if not for one detail. The spell had put the same story in the description of the drop of Shadow God's blood, which meant that there was at least some truth to this myth, no matter how distorted.
Curses.
Eventually, he let out a shaky breath and said in an unconvincingly carefree tone,
Well, that's a bit disturbing, isn't it?
Indeed, it was. Much more than that, however. It raised so many questions. Was his interpretation of the myth close to truth? How had Weaver entered the void if it was sealed by existence itself? What had the Demon of Fate witnessed there exactly? Come to think of it, the creation myth explained a lot of things, but one thing it failed to explain were the daemons. Where had they come from? Who was the unknown whose children they supposedly were? How were the daemons and their progenitor connected to the gods and to the void? There were much more fundamental questions as well. For example, the path of ascension led to divinity, while the path of corruption was opposed to it, leading to unholiness. And since what opposed the gods was the void, was the true meaning of profane and unholy, as used by the spell, actually having to do with the void? Was the abyss sealed within the world the source of corruption? Was the vile darkness permeating the souls of nightmare creatures a manifestation of the everlasting void? And how did the nightmares, the spell, and Weaver's mysterious schemes fit into all of this? Sunny suddenly shuddered as a certain thought entered his mind. Now that the gods were dead, was the spreading corruption a sign that the seals containing the void were weakening? Was the cage the gods had created slowly falling apart? The disturbing chill he had felt after learning the truth of the last mural was washed away by curiosity. But now, the feeling of dread was back. He hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat and looked away from the ancient damaged fading image of forests, rivers, and plains. The net of black cracks covering the painted vastness of a blue sky did not look ominous at all.
Let's go find that damned library and get the hell away from here as fast as possible, shall we? This place seriously gives me the creeps.
For once in his life, Sonny hoped to never find answers to the questions gnawing at his mind. As they moved deeper and deeper into the flooded temple, Sonny couldn't help but think about the eerie story told by the ancient murals. It seemed as though he had learned something important. But of course, there were a dozen questions for every answer he had received, like always.
Divine, unholy.
Knowing that the very fabric of the world was like a cage for the abyssal void that dwelled beneath, made him feel uneasy. Understandably so. However, Sonny did not dwell on that fact for too long. There was no point, anyway. Matters like these were too distant and inconceivable for a mere mortal to think about. Even if the seals created by the gods were slowly crumbling, what was a human like him supposed to do? Even if Sonny was a sovereign, he would have been like an ant compared to the powers involved in this process. The seals had existed for eons anyway. Despite their supposed weakened state, they would keep existing for just as long. By the time the void broke free of its prison and destroyed everything, he would be long dead, with not even dust left of his bones. Probably. In any case, he was more interested in something else. The true source of the corruption. Sonny had a vague suspicion that it was the void before, but now he was almost certain.
How does it work, though?
The timeline of the Dream Realm civilizations was not very clear, but one thing he did know was that the corrupted, the nightmare creatures, had always existed, even when the seals of the void were new and pristine. The first era Sonny knew of was the era of the void. He decided to call it the Age of Chaos. During the Age of Chaos, the gods had been born, waged war against their elder abyssal beings, and eventually defeated them, thus creating the world. What followed was the Age of Heroes. Noctis and the other Chain Lords had been born during that period. Back then, at the dawn of time, humans were not a dominant force in the world yet. Their nascent civilization was growing and spreading. But the continuation of its existence was not at all guaranteed. Instead, those ancient humans had to fight against the corrupted to conquer new lands, protect their cities, and avoid extinction. They needed powerful champions to battle the dreadful beings who populated the young world, and therefore, that time was remembered as the Age of Heroes. More importantly, the nightmare creatures already existed back then, when the gods were alive and the seals of the void were undamaged. How? Sonny frowned.
I guess the gods did not imprison all of the void, and every void, when creating the prison.
It was easy to imagine that some remnants of the abyss slipped through their fingers and came to exist in the newly created world. Noctis had told him once that the gods and the daemons fought side by side as allies in the battles of the ancient past. Therefore, it was easy to conclude that the war against the abyss did not end as soon as the abyss itself was sealed. There had to have been dire battles at the dawn of the new world, resulting in these abyssal remnants being exterminated. Come to think of it, Nephis had told him that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once, at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the ground, becoming true darkness. The place where the creature fell was now known as the Hollow Mountains, beneath which lay the darkness of the underworld. That creature had to have been a void being. That proved that at least some of them had walked the world of the gods after its creation.
What are void beings, though?
Sunny felt as though he was on the precipice of an important discovery. The gods. He had thought once that they were simply divine titans. Now, however, Sunny was inclined to believe that the gods were beyond ranks and classes altogether. Similarly, void creatures would not have been unholy titans. Just like the gods, they had to have been creatures of an entirely different order. More importantly, they were simply different. These abyssal horrors were beings from before time, space, death, and every other law that comprised the fabric of reality. These existences were completely alien to the reality familiar to Sunny, opposed to it even. And if Sunny knew one thing about creatures of great power, it was that they exerted influence on the world. Saints and powerful masters had a mystical presence to them. Nightmare creatures of higher classes spread their influence across vast territories. Sovereigns ruled over grand domains. Void beings were without a doubt immensely powerful. So what kind of influence would they exert on a world that was inherently alien to their nature? Would the fabric of reality and the very laws comprising it start to rot and come undone around them? Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. Was that the true nature of the corruption? Was it a rot caused by the influence of the primordial void, simply because of its alien nature? That would explain why the creatures infected by that rot possessed an insatiable desire to destroy those who were not. Why they all seemed mad, revolting, and alien, appallingly wrong in some strange and sinister way. The divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other after all. It was in their very nature to strive to obliterate each other.
I feel like I'm not far from the truth.
Sunny remained silent for a while, walking behind Cassia with a distant expression on his face. The world he lived in, the world of the spell, the constant battle against the abominations, and the ruined realm of dreams and nightmares, suddenly made much more sense. It was not understanding exactly. The conclusions Sunny made were too vast and had too many consequences to be understood in just a few minutes. But the feeling of it all was somehow more clear now. He lingered for a bit, then threw a furtive glance at Nephis.
What about Neph, then?
Her ascended ability, longing, made her immune to the corruption. Knowing what he knew now, that seemingly weak ability seemed even more impossible. More than that, one of her attributes was called Nephilim. Its description read, "There once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful and the most harrowing of them all." If the divine and the unholy were inherently opposed to each other, then how could there have been creatures born from their union? How terrible had they been, really? And what had happened to them? Shaking his head slightly, Sunny sighed and looked away from Neph's slender figure.
I take it back. Nothing makes sense. I'm just confused even more.
Taking a step forward, he suppressed a groan and covered his face with a palm. Sunny continued to think about the history of the Dream Realm. The Age of Chaos was the first, ending with the imprisonment of the Void and the creation of the world. It was followed by an age that could be called the Age of Gods, a prehistoric time when the gods and those living things they created, as well as the daemons who came out of nowhere, battled the remnant abyssal creatures across the newborn world. Then came the Age of Heroes. It started when the nascent humanity began to spread and fight against the corrupted creatures inhabiting the world for dominion over it. It ended when the abominations were pushed back and largely exterminated, turning from an ever-present danger into dire but rare foes. What followed was a different age when humanity ruled the world unopposed. Noctis had not known its name, perhaps because people living in that time needed none. For them, it was simply now a golden age of peace and prosperity.
Relatively speaking, of course. I am sure there was plenty of bloodshed and conflict, even after most of the corrupted had already been slain or driven into the wilderness. Humans are humans, after all. There were other tribes of creatures inhabiting the world as well. I doubt that everyone lived together in absolute harmony.
Due to their immortality, Noctis and the other Chain Lords, powerful transcendents born in the Age of Heroes, lived long enough to witness the New Age as well. In fact, they might have had more to do with the change of epochs than anyone knew. Noctis considered the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope to be the turning point in history, one that signified the end of the Age of Heroes, which meant that the Golden Age was poisoned from the very start. It began with the imprisonment of Hope and ended when she broke free from her chains. During that time, the gods grew distant and indifferent. Their followers even started to fight among themselves. Slowly, prosperity waned, turning into stagnation and decay. Both the first and second of Sunny's nightmares took place at the dusk of the Golden Age, not long before the daemons rose in rebellion against the gods. That war, the last war, destroyed the civilization of the Dream Realm. Although it was like a flash in the scope of history, perhaps its brief terror was worthy of being considered an age of its own. The Age of Daemons is a terrible age of dread and destruction. Although that age was the latest, it was also the most mysterious. Everything the humans of the waking world had found in the Dream Realm were marks left by the Great War between the daemons and the gods, and yet almost nothing was known about it. Why did it start? How did it end? How did the gods die? What happened to their enemies, the daemons? All that Sunny knew was that at some point between the start of the Doom War and the present day, the seeds of nightmares appeared, and the corruption reclaimed the world that had been almost banished from once. It was the end of the Dream Realm.
Come to think of it, I'm wrong.
The history of the Dream Realm had never really ended. There were human settlements on its perilous reaches today, after all. Great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, and many smaller ones, where hundreds of thousands of awakened lived, fought, and survived, slowly claiming more and more land from the nightmare creatures.
Almost like a new Age of Heroes.
Or rather, the Age of the Nightmare spell. Sunny dodged a drop of water that fell from the ceiling of the narrow corridor and tilted his head a little. Viewed from this perspective, it almost seemed as if the purpose of the nightmare spell was to repopulate the Dream Realm, which had been turned into a lifeless hell by the Doom War, and breathe new life into it to push the wheels of history that had stopped spinning a long time ago and make them revolve again, carrying the once desolate world into the future.
It's almost like Weaver is some kind of a noble hero.
Of course, that change had come at the expense of countless deaths and immeasurable misery among the inhabitants of the waking world, and Sunny did not really buy that the Demon of Fate had been any kind of hero, let alone a noble one. Still, the implication seemed too sensible to be discarded completely. The Age of Chaos, the Age of Gods, the Age of Heroes, the Golden Age, the Age of Daemons, and the Age of the Nightmare spell. If seen in such a framework, the history could make Sunny a huge amount of contribution points. Just imagining it made his eyes gleam.
If I manage to write up this theory well and publish it, accurate or not, my oh my, I'll be swimming in academic achievements. Let alone a guest lecturer, I'll be made an honorary professor, a dean even.
As he grinned greedily, Cassia slowed her steps a little and raised her hand.
We're close. Be cautious. If there are really records left, we should be careful not to damage them any further.
Although the corridors they had walked through were largely flooded, this section of the Lost Temple seemed strangely dry. Perhaps the structure here was much more durable and had thus resisted the passage of time better. Perhaps there were still some enchantments protecting the inner sanctum. In any case, the floor they walked on gradually became drier. Soon the three masters passed a chamber filled to the brim with shelves. There had been countless books on them once, but now the shelves lay broken, the ancient scrolls long destroyed by water. Sonny checked a few, only to shake his head in disappointment. Even those that seemed relatively better preserved were utterly illegible. They moved further, passing several similar chambers. The library of the temple had indeed been vast once, but now all the knowledge accumulated by the Sibyls and their faithful priests was lost. Some of it was destroyed by moisture, some seemed to have been burned, while some had been obliterated by the defiled Sibyl in her rage.
Such a shame.
Finally, they reached a tall door. Just like all the other doors in the inner sanctum, it had long been turned to rotten splinters. However, the chamber behind it, the largest one they'd seen in the last few minutes, looked strangely untouched. Much more importantly, there were no broken shelves and rotten scrolls within it. Instead, there were stone slates. After entering the central chamber of the ancient library, Sonny felt his excitement diminish somewhat. The stone slates had seemed unharmed from the outside, but at a closer look they were not in the best state. The defiled Sibyl had rampaged in this chamber as well. Many slates were shattered, some turned to rubble, others to dust. The whole place was a mess, with deep cracks littering its walls and ceiling. There were deep puddles on the floor, and the cold darkness shrouding the chamber echoed with the sound of falling water. Still, there were many slates that were unharmed as well. Cassia remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and sat down on a relatively dry pile of rubble. Sonny gave her a stare.
What? You're not going to help us look?
The blind girl smiled.
I am looking.
He coughed and awkwardly turned away.
Yeah, way to go, genius. Asking a blind person if she'll look.
Although Cassia's awakened ability allowed her to navigate the world, it did not grant her sight. Cassia sensed the future as if she lived it, meaning that she remained blind. It was her ascended ability that allowed her to see, even if it was only through someone else's eyes. Someone like Sonny or Nephis, for example, which meant that she could only look at the slates that they were looking at. So she could only help them identify the correct one, not find it herself. Hiding his embarrassment, Sonny cleared his throat.
So what exactly should we search for?
Cassia lingered for a moment.
We should probably separate all the intact slates first. Even those that do not contain the information we're currently looking for might be useful later.
Indeed, rescuing Effie and Jet was not going to be their last stop on the Great River. They would have to travel to Twilight as well, and then journey all the way to the dawn of time to attack Verge. There was no telling what kind of dangers hid beneath the surface of the endless river. Even though the information recorded by the Sibyls was outdated by now, it was still immensely valuable. Cassia tilted her head a little.
Other than that, keep an eye out for any mention of flowers.
Sonny nodded. There was not much known about the place where Effie and Jet were trapped, but the inhabitants of Fallen Grace referred to it as the Wind Flower. The vague stories they had heard about that area of the Great River told very little, except for how no one ever returned from there. It wasn't even known where the name Windflower had come from. With a sigh, Sonny nodded and went about shifting through the rubble without wasting much time. Soon he and Nephis were crawling through the debris, separating those slates that were only lightly damaged from those that were completely destroyed. As they did, Sonny briefly looked at each one. Although Ananka had taught them how to navigate the Great River, at least enough for them to make their way to Fallen Grace, he couldn't really read the maps engraved into the slates. The maps Sonny was used to were based on topography and landmarks like mountains, rivers, and craters. what was there to put on a map of an endless, vast river? The system the Sybils had used was rather elaborate. It was based on a convoluted method of assigning each slate a kind of coordinates that had to do with its relation to the edges of the Great River, the passage of the suns, and the approximate distance to the few stationary hazards plaguing the Tomb of Ariel. None of the slates depicted the full map of the Great River either. Instead, they were supposed to be put together and moved around as the areas described on them shifted their locations, with old coordinates being stricken from the slate and new ones added. Since most of the slates had been destroyed, there was no hope of recreating the full map. However, one thing that the Sybils and their servants had done was include a description of what was depicted on the slates, engraved on the back. So instead of trying to decipher the markings describing the coordinates, Sonny read these descriptions instead. His face slowly grew gloomy.
A giant maw that opens underwater and swallows entire island ships. A region where the wind literally cuts flesh. What the hell? An illusory island that can only be seen by the dying?
So what? If he suddenly saw that island, it would mean that he was going to die in the next few minutes? Or was it the other way around, and it was seeing the island that killed people? In any case, it was very much way too creepy. Sonny knew that the Tomb of Ariel was a dreadful place, but now he suddenly felt lucky to have made it to Fallen Grace in one piece. Well, they had encountered the time storm, which was pretty terrifying even as far as the local perils were concerned. So calling himself lucky might not have been quite correct.
Whatever.
After a while, the two of them settled into a rhythm. Sonny was looking for those slates that were in one piece, while Nephis collected those that had been broken into pieces but could be restored and put them back together with the help of the Dark Shaper. Cassia, meanwhile, rested on the pile of rubble for a while, then got bored and stood up to take a walk around the chamber. She hovered near them for a bit, then put her hand on the wall and slowly traced the perimeter of the chamber with her fingers. Since there was rubble everywhere, it took her a long time to complete the circle and get back to the entrance. Actually, hadn't she been gone for too long? Suddenly worried, Sonny pulled his attention away from the slates and concentrated on his shadow sense. It only took him a split second. To his relief, he could still clearly feel Cassia's shadow. Turning around, he looked at the far end of the chamber and saw her delicate figure there, standing in front of the cracked wall. She seemed deep in thought. Frowning slightly, Sonny called out to her.
Hey, is that wall very interesting? Come here and keep us company.
Perhaps it was foolish, considering that Cassia could sense the future, but Sonny was not absolutely sure that the flooded temple was safe now, and having the blind girl outside his immediate reach made him feel uncomfortable. What would happen if they were suddenly attacked? Hearing his voice, Cassia hesitated for a few moments, then turned to face them and pointed to the wall.
Actually, it is interesting.
She paused for a moment and then added with uncertainty,
A slight wind is coming from the cracks. I think there is another room behind this wall.
Standing up, Sonny stretched and walked over to where Cassia was standing. Extending his shadow sense through the cracked wall, he remained silent for a few moments, then smiled.
Good catch. There is indeed a hidden space there.
To think that he had almost missed it. The blind girl stared at him for a bit, which gave Sonny a hint to look around.
Damn, it's still creepy to know that she's riding my senses. Can't she ask at least? That ability of hers is not limited to sight, so, I don't even want to think what kinds of things she can sense me sensing.
Suddenly feeling hot, Sonny glanced at Cassia and asked in a stifled tone,
What are you looking for?
The blind girl lingered.
If there's a secret space, there has to be some kind of mechanism to unlock it. Some kind of lever, perhaps. Oh, and give me some credit, all right? I am polite enough to know when not to use my ability.
He suppressed an impulse to jump back.
What? You can read my thoughts now, too?
Cassia took a deep breath, then patiently shook her head.
No, it was just written all over your face.
Sunny let out a sigh of relief, then trembled.
Wait, she's looking through my eyes, so how can she see my face?
At that moment, Neff patted him on the shoulder.
Because she looked through mine. Honestly, Sunny, for someone who claims to have never used his shadow to do perverted things at the Academy dormitory, you sure think of weird stuff often.
He stared at her in disbelief.
What do you mean claims to? I absolutely did not. You know I can't lie.
Nephis looked at Cassia with a hint of a smile on her lips.
Notice that he said did not instead of have not.
Sunny remained silent, his mouth open.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Scoffing, he turned away.
Yeah, and until I say will not, you better behave. Who knows what weird stuff I'll think of.
There were a few moments of silence, and then Nephis said a bit awkwardly from behind him,
So, whatever mechanism there was to unlock the door, it has to have broken a long time ago.
He grinned and watched as she stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to the cracked wall. The ancient stone shattered and collapsed, revealing a dark space beyond. Sunny shielded his face from the cloud of stone dust and peered inside. Hidden behind the false wall was a small circular chamber. There was an altar in the center, with something laying on it. As Nephis raised her torch, its light reflected from a polished metal surface. He suddenly felt the shadows shift slightly and widened his eyes in disbelief. There was a staff of pristine white wood laying on the altar, untouched by dust or dirt. Both its ends were encased in a beautiful weave of bands of polished gold, with a single radiant gem. No, a crystal crowning the top. The rough crystal was easy to identify as a soul shard of a rather high rank. Supreme, perhaps, or even higher. What made Sunny instinctively hold his breath, however, was something else. The white staff was emanating an ethereal golden glow, the kind that Sunny could only see because his eyes had been altered by Weaver's lineage, the familiar and unmistakable shine that the things having to do with divinity possessed. As he was looking at the beautiful staff, stunned, Cassia approached the altar and lowered her head. Her expression was more perplexed than shocked. She remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly,
How curious. I did not know that it was here.
Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her with surprise. Throwing another glance at the staff, he asked,
You know what this thing is?
The blind girl lingered for a bit, then nodded.
Yes, I do. It fits the description of one of the holy relics that the Sibyls brought into the tomb of Ariel from the outside world. Supposedly it was a gift from one of the gods, bestowed to a priestess of their temple in the distant past.
Sunny's eyes widened.
Wait, are you telling me that this thing is a divine artifact?
His heart was beating wildly. Cassia smiled.
Yes, in a sense, that it is rumored to have been created by a god. However, it is not a divine rank artifact, if that is what you're asking. Although it does have some mystical qualities, its power is not actually that great.
She remained silent for a bit, and then added,
Actually, that can be said about most divine relics, and therefore about most divine memories created in their image. Not that there's many of those around. We humans perceive memories as something that grants us power, but for the gods and the lesser deities, they themselves were the power. So, any relic they created would have been a mere tool of convenience, not something meant to empower them.
Sunny thought about his own two divine memories. That description fit them perfectly. Both Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern allowed him to do astonishing things, and yet there were indeed memories in his arsenal that empowered him much more. There was no doubt that his divine memories were infinitely more powerful, and yet they did not make him much more powerful. He had considered this paradoxical situation plenty of times, and the conclusions he had made were similar to what Cassia said. The gods did not need external sources of power, and so the tools they left behind served specific purposes, astonishing and wondrous, but not necessarily helpful to a human. The blind girl, meanwhile, gently caressed the white wood of the beautiful staff, and added,
"In any case, this relic is called Guiding Light. It is not even a tool made to be used by a god, just something gifted to a mortal out of affection. The powers it possesses are not that stunning. It had served the Sibyls well before they came to the tomb of Ariel, but after that, this staff mostly held symbolic meaning."
Sunny stared at the beautiful golden glow for a while, then asked in a dubious tone,
Not that stunning. So, what does it do?
Cassia thought for a bit, then hesitantly shrugged.
"It's supposed to guide people. Actually, I don't know that well."
She picked up the staff and held it carefully. After a few moments, the soft radiance of the soul shard crowning the relic swirled, growing more intense on one side. Sunny blinked.
What did you do?
The blind girl suddenly seemed a little embarrassed.
I just sort of thought in my head, Miss Guiding Light, can you guide me to Windflower, please?"
He stared at her incredulously.
Let's skip the first part for now. So, this divine relic is basically a pretty flashlight with a very basic navigation function?
Cassia coughed.
"I guess so."
Sunny sighed, then shook his head and covered his face with the palm.
And here I was, all excited.
He didn't say that out loud. Well, it could have been worse. The previous divine relic he had found in the wild was a wooden knife that could only kill one specific person, while simultaneously being responsible for turning that person into an immortal powerhouse. Although the Guiding Light was not exactly an artifact worthy of being called divine, it was at least more useful than that. Actually, being able to know the general direction of almost anything you thought about was quite an amazing boon if used with foresight. Not to mention that it would help them find the members of the cohort sooner, which was why they had come to this temple in the first place. Sunny stared at the wooden staff for a few moments, then shook his head again.
Well, great. Let's use this thing well. For now, though, we still have to find the information about Windflower.
They had already known where the place was located. What they had really come here to find was information about what kind of dangers were waiting for them there. Turning away, Sunny let out a disappointed sigh.
Damn it,
he cursed internally. As he walked back to the slates, he tried not to look too disheartened.
This had to be the most anticlimactic discovery of a divine relic ever,
he muttered to himself. Sunny had wanted to get back to the slates, but as he left the secret room, he suddenly felt uneasy. Something about the chamber had changed. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was as if the shadows populating it were moving.
"Hold on to something."
Hearing Cassia's voice, he put his hand on a stone pillar. In the next moment, the floor beneath him violently shook. Its already pronounced tilt was suddenly even steeper, causing countless small pieces of rubble to roll in their direction. The sound of falling water had grown louder.
Curses!
Looking at his companions, Sunny sighed and said in a glum tone,
I guess the battle did too much damage to the temple after all.
Nephis nodded somberly.
"Should we hurry?"
He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. A swarm of sparks rose in the air, slowly forming into a familiar alloy chest.
We probably don't have much time before this entire place sinks. Let's just load everything into the covetous coffer so we can continue studying the slates when we're safely back on the Chainbreaker.
Of course, safety was a relative term here in the Tomb of Ariel. Sunny had only grown more wary of the Great River after reading the records in this ancient chamber. But still, he was not enthused at the idea of having to escape the temple while it was actively drowning. Feeling like they had very little time left, the three masters abandoned all attempts of categorizing the slates and simply threw everything remotely intact into the welcoming maw of the covetous coffer. The temple shook one more time while they were at it, causing Sunny to curse in frustration. Finally, they were done. Not wasting any time, Sunny led the way out of the central chamber, past the rooms full of rotting scrolls, and into the cold darkness of the narrow corridors leading to the great hall. By then, it felt like they were climbing a steep hill. The stone floor was tilted downward, water rushing past their feet and drenching them from above.
I don't like this.
Logically, Sunny understood that he would be able to escape the drowning temple even if it collapsed and started sinking. Not only was he strong enough to break through the stone walls, he also possessed memories of the House of Night that allowed him to swim like a fish and breathe underwater. However, he still felt tense and claustrophobic. Being caught under an immense mass of stone, with cold water rising higher and higher with each moment, was not the most pleasant of feelings. The ancient temple was shaking and groaning, slowly crumbling around them.
I can just send one of the shadows ahead to get to the surface by using Shadow Step. I can take Nephis with me as well.
He glanced at Cassia, who was walking behind them while using the holy staff as a cane. After a short moment of hesitation, Sunny chose to keep all the shadows with him. Soon, they reached the great hall where the battle had taken place. Although not much time had passed, it was in far worse shape already. There were actual waterfalls flowing down the wide cracks in the distant ceiling, and the dais where Cassia and the Sibyl had clashed was partially submerged under water. His shadows, whom he had left there to stand guard, were silently watching the rising water.
Nightmare, come!
In the blink of an eye, the black stallion was already at his side. Sunny lingered for a moment, then turned around and grabbed Cassia by her thin waist.
Excuse me?
Effortlessly lifting the delicate girl, he placed her on the dark destroyer's broad back and gave Nightmare a silent command to reach the surface as soon as possible.
You better hold on tight.
Cassia remained motionless for a split second, then suddenly paled and grabbed onto the dreadful steed's mane tightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but a moment later, both of them were gone in a burst of wind. All that could be heard was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing on the stone in the distance, and a short shriek. No matter how fast Sunny and his shadows were, Nightmare was many times faster. And since one of those shadows had been occupying the black stallion, the three of them, the shadow, and the blind seer, reached the surface much sooner than Sunny would have. By the time he and Nephis reached the edge of the dais, he could already see the crimson blaze of the twilight sky. Just at that moment, the temple shuddered in another violent quake. Grasping Neph's hand, Sunny pulled her into the dark embrace of shadows. A short instance later, they stepped on the ashen soil of the incinerated garden. Bright sunlight, briefly blinding both. When Sunny regained his vision, the first thing he saw was Cassia kneeling on the ground in front of Nightmare, her face of an unhealthy greenish color. Taking a few deep breaths, the blind girl raised a trembling hand and pointed an accusing finger at him.
Warn me next time, damn it!
He grinned.
What's the point? Didn't you already know what I was going to do?
Sunny hurriedly helped her stand up, dodging the tip of the guiding light in the process.
Watch where you point this thing. In any case, there's no time to tarry. We might have escaped the temple, but this whole island is going to fall apart soon. So hurry up and run.
At that point, Nephis gave him a somber look and said, her voice flat, "I'll hurry and run as soon as you let go of my hand." She lingered for a moment and then added evenly, "Or do you want me to carry you?" Sunny froze, then lowered his gaze and realized that he was, indeed, still holding Neph's hand. He blinked a couple of times, then looked up and gave her a smile.
Actually, yeah, I wouldn't mind being carried.
With that, Sunny let go and dashed toward the shore of the island ship. Soon, the graceful silhouette of the Chainbreaker appeared in front of them. He felt much too happy to see the ancient ship and leapt onto its deck without wasting a single second. Just as he did, the drowning island resounded with a deafening crack and split apart. After the island broke apart, it did not take a lot of time for the debris to disappear into the depths of the great river. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia stood on the deck of the Chainbreaker, observing the death throes of this lost part of fallen grace in somber silence. The flowing water seethed and boiled, turning into white foam. The ashen remains of the dark garden were pulled down by the current and swallowed by the depths. In something that felt like too short of a time, though, the surface of the river became calm and clear once again, with not a sign of the massive island vessel left in sight. Sunny sighed softly. The destruction of the artificial island had been too depressing of a scene. It was like a metaphor of the futility of human existence. Countless river people had worked hard to create and maintain it, and even more spent their lives walking upon its ground. But now, it was gone, swallowed by the elements in mere minutes, with every trace of it erased from existence. Weave was going to be erased the same way before too long. The cities of the Sibyls had already disappeared. Only fallen grace remained, its fate all but decided. The tomb of Ariel had been home to a thriving civilization once, but now it was nothing but a nightmare. Sunny shook his head, suddenly grim. Would the cities of the waking world be gone one day too? He had not even known that there was a world outside the endless sprawl of NQSC once. It was hard to imagine that a place so populous and boundless could cease to exist. But then again, the waking world was already a world of ruins. Plenty of thriving cities had been erased from its maps, most of them even. Entire continents stood desolate, devoid of life and uninhabited. He even witnessed the extinction of one of these empty continents himself. My mood is all over the place today. What was there to feel sad about? That island had been nothing but the lair of a dangerous abomination. They had come to its shore, killed the abomination, and absconded with precious loot. Cassia even received a pretty stick as a bonus. If anything, he should be feeling utterly delighted. However, Sunny felt mostly tired and sore all over. The battle against the drowned was a short one, but nevertheless very intense. He was battered and bruised, albeit not injured too badly.
Gone! Gone!
Sunny turned and glanced at Crow, who was hopping excitedly on the railing and staring at the empty space where the island had been with a curious expression. The small bird was unburdened by any kind of heavy thoughts. In fact, it did not have any thoughts at all. After all, it was an echo. Now that the island was destroyed, though, that echo had a job to do. As he watched, Cassia approached the black bird and gently took it into her hands. Saying something, the blind girl opened her palms and let the crow fly away. The last thing they heard before Jet's echo disappeared into the distance were indignant caws.
Stark! Stark!
Crow had a simple mission: to inform the inhabitants of Fallen Grace about the death of the defiled Sibyl, and then find its way back to the ship. The three masters did not know how long it would take them to rescue Effie and Jet, so they wanted to make sure that the last city would migrate downstream in their absence. Hopefully, by the time they returned, the frail Riverborn would be doing much better. That's done then. Sunny glanced at the wooden staff in Cassia's hands, then at the sails of the Chainbreaker. He hesitated for a moment, then asked tiredly, "Should we set sail?" After a moment of silence, Nephis shook her head. "The night is approaching, and all of us are tired. I'd rather just drift with the current until tomorrow. A little rest won't do us any harm." Sunny was happy to hear it. Soon, they were gathered on the mess deck at the stern of the ship. All its compartments had been cleared of debris and repaired by the inhabitants of Fallen Grace, but the three masters did not visit most of them often, since there was no need to. They mostly spent their time on the upper deck, in their living quarters, or on the mess deck near the galley. There was freshly prepared food on the table, giving off the familiar delicious smell of Neff's cooking. The covetous coffer stood with its lid open, its teeth gleaming in the warm light of a lantern. Sonny was cradling a cup of tea in his hands, glancing at the several slates laid down in front of him. Honestly, though, he was in no mood to study their mysteries. He just wanted to fill his belly and rest. With a sigh, he pushed the slates away and pulled his plate closer. Swallowing the first mouthful of fragrant meat porridge, Sonny closed his eyes in delight. Nephis was preoccupied with eating as well. Cassia, though, seemed to have forgotten about it. She was playing with her new shiny toy instead. The soul shard at the tip of the holy staff was emanating light, its intensity changing from time to time. Sonny stared at her for a bit, then asked, "What are you doing?" The blind girl took a sip of tea absent-mindedly.
Trying to figure out how it works. It's weird the enchantment doesn't seem to respond to everything. It points to you, Nephis, Effie, and Kai, but not Jet or that person, Mordred, or Fallen Grace for that matter. It does respond to Windflower, though.
Sonny raised an eyebrow, then shifted his perception and gazed beneath the surface of the guiding light. Just as he had expected, there was no weave there. There were no runes either, just a field of blinding radiance. He had seen something similar when looking at the knives created by Sun God. Within each, there was nothing but a radiant ocean of something, soul essence perhaps, and a soul string of fate, bound onto itself and looping endlessly, which was the sorcery of gods, entirely unreasonable and void of any kind of logic he could understand. Looping endlessly. His tired mind got caught on these words, but he was distracted just then by Neff's strangely muffled voice.
Found it.
Shaking awake from his reverie, Sonny turned and looked at her. Nephis had a spoon in her mouth, holding one of the slates he had pushed away in both hands. Sonny was rather amused by the sight. "What did you find?" She blinked a couple of times, then awkwardly removed the spoon from her mouth and pointed it at the slate.
Windflower. It's described right here.
Soon all three of them were sitting side by side, with the slate resting on the table in front of them. Cassia was tracing her fingers across the stone surface, a focused look on her face. After a while, she slowly nodded.
The coordinates match. It is indeed the right place.
The blind girl was much more proficient in navigating the Great River, considering how much longer she had spent here than Sonny and Nephis. She was also the one who had learned the transcript system of the Sibyls and pinned down where Effie and Jet were trapped in the first place. Windflower, huh? Sonny looked at the slate. There were neat columns of symbols engraved on it, as well as an image of a messy circle with frayed edges. It resembled a vortex more than anything, or maybe a cyclone. After studying it for a few moments, he reached out and turned the slate over. Familiar runes covered its reverse side. Without wasting any time, the three masters read them. Pretty soon, Sonny's expression darkened. The currents of the river are twisted and treacherous near Windflower. Strong gales violently assaulted our ship, as if trying to push it back. Desperate to escape our pursuers, we persisted, entering deeper into the mist. The surrounding waters moved in the wrong direction and with unnatural speed. It was as if we had lost our way and found ourselves near the edge. At some point, we were not struggling against the repelling winds anymore. Instead, overcome by fear, we were battling the raging tide that pulled us deeper and deeper toward the source of the wind. The first part of the text engraved into the reverse side of the slate was an excerpt from a report made by one of the outsiders who had lived in Fallen Grace. He ventured on a long journey with a small fleet, hoping to find out the fate of a different city, one of the last with which Fallen Grace still maintained a connection until the visitors and merchant ship from that city had stopped coming as well. The fleet managed to learn that the city had been destroyed, but on their way back, they were attacked by powerful defiled abominations. After a furious battle, only 3 ships managed to escape. Pursued by the enemies, they were forced to enter the dangerous waters around Windflower.
For a few moments, the mist cleared, allowing me to glimpse the true nature of the tide. We were hopelessly caught inside a whirlpool of titanic proportions, which spun around a bottomless and dark abyss. There was an island hovering above the darkness, with a tall and magnificent tower rising above the misty cliff. Terror grasped our hearts when we realized that the tide was pulling us into the darkness. Desperate to save our lives, we tried to escape.
In the end, only one of the 3 ships managed to fight its way out. The other 2 were swallowed by the vortex, never to be seen again. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed.
So, it's a giant whirlpool.
Something like that would explain how Effie and Jet had ended up stranded. If the vessel they were traveling on had been pulled into the monstrous vortex and destroyed, they would have had no way of getting out again. Or rather, no way of getting out again without some great luck. It seemed that they had reached the flying island at the center, instead of being crushed in the depths at least. The fact that Crow was able to deliver messages proved that. Cassia silently shook her head.
Not just a giant whirlpool. Don't forget that the Great River is a river of time. Any anomaly of its current is not a mundane one. There has to be something strange going on at Windflower as well.
Nephis nodded.
But what?
Since none of them knew the answer, they turned back to the slate. The rest of the runes on its reverse side contained notes made by the priests and priestesses who had served the Sibyls. The information they had recorded was not too helpful, though, due to the fact that almost no one returned from Windflower alive. That, however, was valuable knowledge in and of itself. The place called Windflower had not always been known by that name. Its previous one, however, was long lost. The magnificent tower the outsider from Fallen Grace mentioned had been a stronghold of a powerful seeker once. There had been plenty of them throughout the Tomb of Ariel before the foundation of Verge. It was unknown whether the seeker who had left the Citadel to challenge the estuary still resided there, or perished a long time ago. All that the Sibyls of Fallen Grace knew was that at some point, no one could approach the Citadel anymore. There was only one exception that they had heard of. A familiar name.
The Serpent King.
It was rumored that the Serpent King, Daeron of the Twilight Sea, had reached the stronghold and spent some time there, then returned to lead his people in the war against the defilement. Sunny stared at the runes with a thoughtful expression. They had not learned all the secrets of Windflower from the slate exactly, but they had learned 2 crucial pieces of information. First, that it was impossible to brave its danger and come back in one piece. The Serpent King had proved it. He looked at Nephis, then at Cassia, and said,
"At least we know the general nature of that place. Fighting against the whirlpool will be hard, but doable. The problem, though, is that the island is floating above its chasm. So if we don't want to be pulled into the depths and killed, the chain breaker has to be able to fly by the time we reach Windflower. Cassia, can you repair it in time?"
The blind girl frowned and remained silent for a few long moments. Eventually, she slowly shook her head.
No, there is not enough time, nor is there enough resources to fully restore the enchantments of the ship by then.
As Sunny's expression grew somber, she hesitated a bit and added,
However, I think there is something I can do.
Cassia stood up and paced for about a minute, thinking about something furiously.
Yes, that can work too. I'll need to...
Finally, she stopped and spoke again.
I can't restore the connection between the sacred tree and the enchantment circle in time, but I can repair the circle itself, I think.
Nephis raised an eyebrow.
What would that mean?
The blind girl pointed to the deck.
It means that the sorcery that allows the ship to fly will be fully functional. It's just that it would not have a power source. But we can use our own essence to fuel the enchantment, limited as it is. The chain breaker won't stay in the air for long, nor will it be fast, but it will carry us to that island and back.
She scratched her head awkwardly, and then added in a small voice,
Probably.
Sunny stared at her for a while, then let out an amused chuckle. The odds, as always, were against them, but when had it ever been any different? He shrugged. Good enough. The chain breaker had set sail once again. This time they had to travel back to the middle area of the Great River, where the sky was azure. They also had to travel some distance into the past, not enough to bring them anywhere near Verge, but deeper than any of the three had ever ventured. Sunny spent the first morning lazing in bed and staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about Windflower. The strong winds, the twisted currents, the colossal whirlpool that pulled ships to their doom, and the island flying above the dark abyss, all of it sounded rather nasty. There was the fact that the tower standing on the island had once belonged to a powerful seeker as well. The Seekers of Truth were people who had entered the tomb of Ariel at the same time as the Sibyls, or even earlier than them, but for an entirely different reason. The Seekers had not been searching for salvation from the devastation of the Doomsday War. Instead, they had braved the Nightmare Desert and found their way into the tomb built by the Demon of Dread due to their thirst for knowledge. Out of curiosity, basically. They had not been a unified group of people either, but rather disparate individuals united only by the similarity of their obsession with knowledge. Bunch of weirdos. Who would climb into a dreadful tomb simply to satiate their curiosity? Sunny would never. Well, he had entered plenty of dangerous ruins to satiate his desire to explore the dream realm, but that was an entirely different matter. Firstly, he received contribution points for his exploits from time to time. Secondly, none of those ruins had been left behind by terrifying deity. Come to think of it, a couple of them were, like the Ebony Tower. But he had not ended up there out of curiosity. He had ended up there out of greed. That was a much better reason. So he was not like those weird seekers at all. In any case, Sunny was not excited to visit the stronghold of a powerful seeker. Not considering the fact that their desire to learn Ariel's truth had caused the birth of the defilement, these people did not seem trustworthy at all. A hidden island where a mysterious seeker had lived before disappearing without a trace, surrounded by a nearly impassable barrier of water, wind, and twisted time. Yes, that did not sound ominous at all. Damnation. Of course, they did not really have a choice. Effie and Jet were there, so Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia couldn't turn back. People fear the unknown the most. If the Slate had told them that there was a great nightmare creature living at Windflower, he would have been reluctantly but calmly coming up with plans to defeat it. But it was not knowing what waited for them at the center of the whirlpool that made Sunny feel nervous. In the end, tired of being anxious, he decided to distract himself by doing something useful. Climbing out of his bed with a sigh, Sunny finally left his cabin and went to the upper deck. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were standing guard at the bow, middle section, and the stern of the ship. Nephis was holding the steering oar, while Cassia was making preparations to repair the sorceress circle of the ship. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then approached the blind girl. "Hey, can I take another look at the guiding light?" Looking up, Cassia smiled at him and pointed to the sacred tree. The beautiful staff stood there, propped against its trunk. "Thanks." Grabbing the sacred relic of the Sibyls, Sunny went to his usual spot in the shade of the ketch and sat down on the deck. "Let's start then." He spent some time weaving the basic enchantments around a transcendent soul shard. His goal was simple: to turn the guiding light into a memory so that it was easier to use and could be taken back into the waking world. After hours of focused work, however, Sonny was left staring at the wooden staff with a deadpan expression. His eye was twitching slightly. Damn it. It was all a waste. The moment he tried to place the rudimentary weave inside the relic, the lightless strings of shadow essence dissolved in the blinding radiance hidden within the white wood. It was as if they were incinerated from simply touching divine sorcery. All that work for nothing. Uttering a quiet curse, he stood up and put the guiding light back under the sacred tree. Somewhat disheartened, Sonny went to switch with Nephis at the steering oar. He guided the ship as she practiced with her sword, dancing with it as the seven suns slowly traveled across the crimson sky. He enjoyed the view a great deal. Later, Sonny spent some time staring at the estuary key. Not at all closer to solving its many mysteries, he had a meal with Nephis and Cassia. He created more essence strings to replace the ones that had been destroyed, and practiced his own swordsmanship, mentally going over the battle with the drowned and thinking of what he could have done better. After all that, Sonny had to admit to himself that he was bored. It was a rather strange and luxurious feeling. Sonny had very rarely received an opportunity to feel bored. Usually, there had always been something pressing for him to do, learn, or escape. It had been like that in the outskirts and did not change at all after the awakening. But here in the third nightmare, brief moments of intense and unreasonable danger were separated by long stretches of calm. Of course, he knew that calm would not last long. It would take them some time to reach Windflower, but they would certainly have to fight for their lives many times on the way. The chain breaker would be attacked by nightmare creatures. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or the day after that. There would be dangerous anomalies waiting for them under the waves as well, perhaps some of those described on the stone slates. The Mad Prince could visit him in his dreams at any moment. The appearance of the other plagues weren't out of the question either, but for now at least, there seemed to be peace. So Sonny decided to give himself a day off for once, and enjoyed that peace while it lasted. Walking back to the stern of the ship, he summoned a certain piece of furniture and placed it a few meters away from Nephis. Sitting down on his luxurious chair, he summoned the emerald flute and brought it to his lips. Nephis looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" Trying to raise the dead. But there are no corpses on the ship." Sonny blinked a couple of times. Who does she take me for? Is it so hard to imagine that I'm just in the mood for music? Kai gave me a few lessons, so I can carry a tune. He might have begged me to perform as a guest during one of Nightingale's concerts even. She smiled faintly. "I noticed you said might have begged instead of begged." Then her eyes widened slightly. "Wait, Nightingale concerts? Are they planning a reunion? When? Is it going to be old material, or has Gale written a new album? What about new choreography? Who is—" Sonny lowered the flute and stared at her sullenly. Here she goes again, barraging me with questions. Yes, I don't know, probably not. No clue, no idea, I'm not sure. He went back to the flute, and Nephis didn't bother him again. As the sky slowly grew brighter, the chain breaker sailed toward dawn. The three masters aboard the graceful vessel anxiously awaited the reunion with two lost members of their cohort. I wonder. Sonny stared at a delicious-looking golden fruit, torn between the desire to pluck it off the branch and the fear of tasting fruits from mysterious mystical trees. The last time he had eaten one was not a memory he liked to remember. It probably tastes divine, though. In the end, he sighed and reluctantly looked away from the alluring fruit. It was better not to test fate. Sonny was currently high in the crown of the sacred tree, using it as a crow's nest. The sky above him was a beautiful azure color, with not a hint of the deep scarlet splendor they had grown accustomed to in Fallen Grace. It had already been several weeks since they visited the lost library and slayed the defiled Sybil. The 4th month of their nightmare had ended a few days ago. Of course, it had been much longer than that for Cassia and the other members of the cohort. Effie and Jet had spent more than a year stranded in the place called Windflower by now. Sunny couldn't help but worry about them. He was also worried about Rain and the waking world, but there was nothing to be done about that. Climbing to a higher branch, he sighed and looked down. There was usually a black crow following him around, but today the talkative bird was gone. It was somewhere ahead, scouting for prowling abominations and turbulent currents. The crow's presence meant that at least one of the two missing women was still alive. That made Sunny less anxious. In these past few weeks, the Chainbreaker had traveled far enough into the past to almost reach Windflower. With the help of the guiding light, they did not even have to waste time searching for its precise location. The sacred staff pointed directly to where they needed to go. So the dreadful whirlpool could appear from beyond the horizon any minute now. Of course, coming this far had not been easy. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia had to fight for their lives on many occasions. The graceful vessel had been attacked by swarms of nightmare creatures, grotesque giants from the deep, aerial horrors, and even heralds of the defilement. That last battle had been especially dire, since the defiled were both sentient and vile. And yet, the three of them had slain and slaughtered every enemy that dared to attack the Chainbreaker. For now. The ancient vessel withstood all the attacks without receiving serious damage as well, but the three masters weren't as lucky. Each of them had suffered many grave wounds, some of them almost fatal. If not for Neff's healing powers, they would have never made it this far. They wouldn't have made it without Cassia either. Sunny had been reminded once more that traveling with an oracle was an invaluable boon. It was because of the blind girl that they had managed to avoid the true perils of the great river, the twisted currents and lethal aberrations where time itself would have killed them in the blink of an eye. They would have perished without Sunny and his shadows as well. The third nightmare was not a place where one could survive without extreme battle power, and currently, he possessed the most out of the three of them.
Am I not great?
Sunny smiled wryly, then shuddered and furtively looked around, checking to see if the Sin of Solace was near. The Sword Wraith would not have missed a chance to cut him with a snide remark in response to such a thought. But thankfully, the apparition had not deemed it necessary to climb the sacred tree with him. In fact, the Sin of Solace did not seem to like being too close to the tree from Heart God's Grove, for some reason. Sunny used that fact often to get some reprieve. He sighed. The journey to Windflower had not been easy, but at least they had all gotten something out of it. Nephis was one step closer to becoming a Titan, and wore a chainmail shirt over her white tunic. Just like Ananka's mantle, the new memory could be worn in conjunction with another armor, albeit due to its unique enchantment rather than its type. In a fashion strange for an Awakened, she also carried her sword in a scabbard hung from her belt. The scabbard was another memory, this one capable of enhancing the weapon stored inside it for a sufficient amount of time. Cassia, meanwhile, was back in her beautiful red peplos dress. Now, however, there were two bracelets on her hands instead of the golden shackles. One was a protective charm memory. The other was supposed to enhance the force of her attacks. She still carried the quiet dancer in a scabbard, this one mundane, not enchanted, but mostly used the guiding light in battle. Although the white staff was not a memory, it did a good job of debilitating her enemies and crushing them into pulp. Sunny was not sure that using a sacred relic to split skulls was appropriate, but he wasn't going to complain. The gods were dead anyway. As for himself, Sunny had earned another 500 shadow fragments on the way to Windflower, bringing him close to 2,500, half the amount he needed to become a terror. His luck with memories, sadly, had been really bad. He had received a few, but none of them were good enough to add to his soul arsenal. They ended up being fed to his shadows. He had not woven a lot of new memories either. In fact, Sunny had not done a lot of weaving in these past few weeks. Not because there had been no time, but rather because he was currently interested in something else. That something was giving him a lot of trouble, to the point where he often found himself dejected and stupefied. And yet, Sunny persisted with his new interest. During the battle in the flooded temple, he had observed Cassia's artificial echo in action. Even though it did not seem that powerful, that was only because their enemies that time had been of both a higher rank and a higher class than the Blade Mannequin. Sunny would not have wanted to face that thing in battle as an awakened. The most impressive thing about it, though, was the very fact that it was artificial. After interrogating Cassia and Nephis on the topic, he had found out that the Forge Masters of Clan Valor were capable of creating not only memories, but also echoes. Making one was an extremely long process, though, and one that demanded a lot of precious resources. So there were actually very few artificial echoes in existence, all of them belonging to the most valued members of the clan. Nevertheless, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if he would be capable of weaving echoes one day as well. So he had spent most of his free time studying the Blade Mannequin. It was not going well, for now, but Sunny wasn't disheartened. His attempts to learn the sorcery of names were not bearing any results anyway. Although his horizons were somewhat expanded, being able to actually use this power seemed to be beyond him. If there was one consolation, it was that Cassia was having just as much trouble with it. Being talentless together was less of a bitter pill to swallow. Her mastery of runic sorcery, though, was slowly growing. In fact, there seemed to be a positive loop between the sorcery of names and the sorcery of runes. Both were founded on invoking the true names of things, after all, albeit in a different manner. So Cassia and Nephis were able to help each other improve. As a result, the blind girl had indeed managed to restore some of the enchantments permeating the Chainbreaker. Just as she had told them, the graceful vessel was now once again capable of flight. It just couldn't fly for too long, or too fast. The strain of supplying the ancient ship with essence was dire enough to drain even Neph's reserves in less than a minute. It would have to be enough to carry them to the island at the center of Windflower. Now, all they needed was to actually find it. As Sunny stared at the horizon and tried not to feel too anxious, a swift shadow glided across the deck of the Chainbreaker. Then a black bird landed on the branch near him. Crow was back. Strangely, though, the echo seemed less grumpy than it had been recently. Instead, it looked excited. Sunny raised an eyebrow.
What is it?
The crow hopped a couple of times, and then cawed while spreading its wings.
Jerk! Jerk!
Jumping down from the tree, Sunny landed noiselessly on the deck and dissolved into the shadows. A split second later, he appeared on the bow of the ship, gazing tensely at the horizon. Saint, who was standing nearby with a bow in her hand, spared him an indifferent gaze. Her ruby eyes glowed silently, not betraying any hint of emotion.
If only I could be this calm all the time.
Sunny remained motionless for a few minutes, then sent mental messages to Cassia and Nephis.
I think we are drawing close.
Indeed, out there far in the distance, the flowing surface of the great river had grown a little hazy, as if obscured by mist. Considering Crow's excitement, it had to be Windflower.
Hurricane winds, destructive currents, and suffocating mist. We'll see how terrible that place is exactly very soon.
A few moments later, Cassia joined him at the bow. Nephis remained at the stern holding the steering oar, but she did respond through the link of the Shroud of Dust.
I see.
Sunny sighed, then glanced at the blind girl. The soul shard crowning her wooden staff was glowing, its light pointing precisely at the distant haze.
There is no doubt then.
Cassia slowly nodded.
Yes, we have arrived.
The branches of the sacred tree rustled as the Chainbreaker took a turn. Nephis moved the ship in a wide spiral, positioning it directly upstream of the approaching hazard. By the time she did, Sunny could already see wisps of mist flowing over the surface of the restless water.
Time to get to work.
Concentrating, he called upon the shadows. The three of them had long discussed how to tackle the titanic whirlpool. There was not much they had to do, really. The first obstacle they were going to face was the repelling wind, so Sunny lowered the sails to diminish the repelling force. The ship would be carried into the vortex by the current, and once they approached close enough, Nephis would invoke the true name of the wind to lessen its fury. The second obstacle would be raging currents. Sunny's authority over water was not strong enough to calm them, but the chain breaker was sturdy enough to withstand the fury of the elements. It was not going to overturn either. All they needed was a skilled helmsman and something to guide them through the mist. Cassia was going to accomplish both tasks with a little help from the guiding light. She was quite skilled in controlling the chain breaker, more than any of them were. However, she was not going to be able to guide the flying ship through the last and most dangerous of obstacles. Once they were close enough to the island, at the center of the vortex, but not deep enough into the whirlpool to be swallowed by it, the chain breaker had to lift into the air and reach the shore before its helmsman ran out of essence. Nephis was a terror and possessed the lineage of Sun God as well, which among other things, drastically strengthened her soul. Her reserve of essence was the largest among them, so it would be her task to take up the steering oars in those last moments. As the first wisps of gray mist touched the bow of the chain breaker, Sunny suppressed a shiver and looked into the approaching wall of fog with a dark expression. Nothing good ever happened when there was mist around. Here in the dream realm, it was always a herald of something dreadful approaching.
We've prepared for this.
Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Cassia and smiled.
Let's go find Effie and Jet then.
Soon the chain breaker was swallowed by the mist. The winds had grown stronger, making the folds of Sunny's nebulous mantle flutter. Feeling drops of water fall on his face, he sighed and looked at Cassia.
Go.
She lingered for a moment, then rushed away to replace Nephis at the steering oar. Sunny was left alone on the bow, looking into the mist with a dark expression on his face.
Effie, Jet, both of them are still alive. They have to be.
But how could they? The third nightmare was not easy to survive, and these two, they of all people, would have found it impossible to cling to life while stranded for more than a year on an isolated island. Jet could only exist by killing living beings to replenish her constantly dwindling essence after all. Effie was a slave to inhuman hunger. Without access to a great amount of food, she would swiftly wither and die. How many foes to kill could there have been on a hidden island? And how much food?
No, don't think about that.
The crow echo still existed, which meant at least one of them did.
That crow has always been a bit strange, though. Much too animated for a simple echo. Perhaps it has something to do with Wake of Ruin. So who's to say that it can't exist without a master?
Sunny threw a dark glance at the Sin of Solace, who grinned in response.
Admit it, they are both probably dead already. Ah, how sad. They were slowly starving to death while you were having fun with Nephis on the Dark Island. You really took it easy back then at the beginning, didn't you?
Sunny looked away and gritted his teeth. The sword wraith simply laughed.
Come to think of it, your friend Kai is most likely dead too. Even if the nightmare creatures did not kill him, Mordred surely did. He's probably walking around right now wearing Kai's corpse as a luxury brand suit. Well, it's for the best. You've always been jealous of that guy anyway. The insecure little wretch that you are.
The surface of the great river was growing restless. The waves were already much taller than before, making the bow of the chain breaker sway. Feeling the deck rise and fall beneath him, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment.
That's not true. Kai has Anvil's charm. I gave it to him. Mordred can't possess someone wearing that charm.
The Sin of Solace stared at him for a few moments, a mocking smile on his lips.
The charm, right. It protected Welty really well, huh?
Snarling, Sunny turned around and prepared to rebuke the apparition. But at that moment, a calm voice resounded from behind them.
Are you talking to your sword again?
He flinched and looked back. Neff's slender figure slowly revealed itself from the mist. 2 pristine white sparks burning in her cold gray eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Stopping once she reached him, Neffis looked into the mist and said, her voice even,
I believe that they are all alive too.
A bitter smile appeared on Sunny's lips.
Sure, but it does seem like wishful thinking, doesn't it?
People were not immortal. He had lost enough comrades to know how ruthless this world they lived in was. So wasn't it a bit naive to stubbornly cling to hope after Antarctica? Neffis shook her head.
On the contrary, I think there is a valid and logical reason to believe that all members of the cohort are not dead yet.
She put her hand on the hilt of her sword and said calmly,
6 plagues exist. They are most likely the future versions of the 6 of you. Therefore, none of you is likely to be dead in the present. Otherwise, their existence can't be explained.
Sunny hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
That is strangely reassuring, in a morbid kind of way. You can't die yet because you're destined to become a defiled monster, huh? What a paradox.
Neff's logic assumed that the future was predetermined. If so, there was no way that Effie and Jet were gone. However, that also meant that there was no way for the 6 of them to avoid killing her and becoming the 6 plagues, which made this whole endeavor meaningless. If the future was not predetermined, though, then the cohort could potentially write a different ending for themselves and the nightmare. Yet it also meant that there was no reason to believe that the rest of the members were still alive. Sunny knew that fate could hardly be changed, but he also knew that it did not govern every small occurrence and event. The details of what happened and how it did could be altered. It was just that the end result almost always remained the same. Sooner or later, all deviations were proven meaningless, failing to change the grand design of the future. It was easier to change fate inside of a nightmare as well, due to its fragmented and isolated nature. Plus, the Great River was a strange place. Who was to say that their fate wasn't to become the 6 plagues, only for their younger selves to slay them and conquer the nightmare unscathed?
My head hurts.
He rubbed his face. All this stuff, the paradoxical nature of the Great River, the unreliable future, the greater tapestry of fate, were too strange and irrational for a human mind to comprehend. The best they could do was just try to do their best at the moment and strive to reach the desired outcome, ignoring the confusing reality of the Tomb of Ariel as much as possible. The winds were growing stronger. The branches of the sacred tree swayed, rustling worriedly. The swaying of the deck grew more pronounced. A thick mist enveloped everything in sight.
Hey, Sunny.
He looked at Neffis, surprised by her strangely candid tone, and raised an eyebrow. Knowing her, some ridiculous statement was about to follow. He was not going to be fooled into listening to her apologize for his projector twice. But Neffis was perfectly earnest.
There is nothing wrong with a bit of wishful thinking. We will find them both alive. I'm sure of it.
At that moment, the wind slammed into them like a ram, making both sway. Raising a hand, Sunny caught Neffis and helped her steady herself. At the same time, he used the Feather of Truth trait of the shell to increase his weight and ground himself more solidly on the deck. The 2 of them remained silent for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Then Sunny smiled.
All right, Neff. I'll believe you. This time.
Soon, they were deep inside the barrier surrounding Windflower. There was nothing but blinding mist, hurricane winds, and violent currents in this dreadful and deadly place. Sunny could easily imagine countless ships being drowned by the inconceivable whirlpool, powerful nightmare creatures as well. No wonder almost no one returned after being swallowed by the mist. And yet, the fury of the wind was terrible, but not terrible enough to sway them. Nephis had invoked the true name of the wind, lessening the pressure on the graceful ship. The chain breaker stubbornly cut through the mist, refusing to be pushed back. The violence of the raging currents was daunting, but not daunting enough to stop them. Guided by Cassia's steady hand, the chain breaker broke through the fortress wall of towering waves, never straying off course. By then, the natural flow of the great river was replaced entirely by a terrifying tide that was pulling them deeper and deeper into the mist. The deck beneath their feet was tilted downward, indicating that they were sliding into the giant, insatiable maw of the colossal whirlpool. Instead of allowing the ship to be carried by the current, Cassia kept its bow pointed perpendicular to the rush of seething water, cutting as short a line to the center of the vortex as possible. It took a lot of effort to keep the chain breaker under control, but she managed it splendidly. It was still too early to take to the sky. Sunny and Nephis had long joined Cassia at the stern. Fiend and Crow were hiding under the sacred tree, both soaked in water and miserable, while Nightmare had dissolved into shadows and hid in their dark embrace. Only Saint remained on the bow of the ship, standing there like an immovable onyx statue. The plume of her helmet danced in the wind. It was easy to get lost in the mist, but the radiance of the guiding light was showing them the way. Straining against the howling wind, Sunny yelled,
How much longer?
His shout was swallowed by the mist. At almost the same time, though, the veil of fog was torn apart for a few brief moments. When Sunny saw the scale and magnitude of the vortex they were trying to brave, his face turned ashen. The whirlpool was indeed colossal, stretching as far as the eye could see. The raging tide moved in a vast circle, forming a revolving crater. They were currently sliding recklessly down its slope. Far away and below them, a harrowing darkness devoured the world. The depths of the great river lay naked and revealed, but his human eyes were not capable of discerning what dwelled below. Or maybe there was nothing there at all, just an endless, bottomless abyss. However, there was an island hovering in the air above the darkness. Flowing mist shrouded its dark cliffs, and a magnificent tower rose from somewhere far inland, obscured by fog. The sight of the island was both austere and sinister, like a stark omen of ill fate.
Hurry!
Cassia let go of the steering oar and stepped out of the circle, allowing Nephis to take her place. Neph was there a split second later. She took both steering oars and looked ahead, white flames dancing in her eyes. Then her radiant essence poured into the runic circle, flooding the enchantments of the vessel with incinerating power. Sunny yelped and grabbed a railing. In the next moment, the chain breaker shook slightly and soared into the air.
It's working!
The graceful vessel was not flying nearly as fast as it had been able to before, and its flight was not nearly as smooth, but they were indeed in the air, moving toward the distant island. When Cassia and the firekeepers had restored the ancient flying ship to a shadow of its former glory, it had already been an incredible feat, but that had taken them almost a year, with dozens of people lending a hand. The fact that the blind girl now managed to achieve so much alone, and in the span of a few weeks, was truly remarkable. And it gave them the chance to accomplish their goal. Of course, it was still unclear if the chain breaker would be able to maintain its flight for long enough. Would they reach Windflower Island? Or would they plummet into the darkness and be crushed by the dreadful vortex?
Only one way to find out.
Sunny turned his head and looked at Nephis, who was holding the steering oars, her eyes shining with a brilliant white radiance. He could sense a flood of essence pouring out of her soul like a shining torrent. That essence was absorbed by the runic circle, and flowed through the enchanted lines stretching throughout the ship, feeding its enchantments with power. There was no hint of doubt on Neff's face, and so he decided to throw away his doubts as well. A few moments later, the shroud of mist obscured everything once again. Only the glow of the guiding light was there to show them the way. The chain-breaker sailed through the blinding fog, with only the rustle of countless leaves proving that the sacred tree still existed somewhere out there, near them, hidden from sight.
Come on, come on.
They didn't have to struggle against the current anymore, but the hurricane winds were still raging. They slammed into the hull of the ship with vicious force, trying to push it back. Because of it, the speed of the chainbreaker fell even more.
Damn it.
Sunny had been counting the seconds. It had already been a full minute since the moment Nephis stepped into the circle, more than they had been able to fly in the tentative test the day before. The radiance of her eyes was dimming. Suddenly, Nephis moved and smoothly raised one of the oars. At the same time, the chain-breaker began to descend. Gradually, the fury of the winds was extinguished. The mist was still obscuring the world, but then the ancient vessel finally fell onto soft, white sand. There was a violent crash, but the hull of the chain-breaker withstood the impact. The runic circle fell dormant once again, and the enchantments lost all power. There was nothing but mist around them and silence. They had reached Windflower. Sunny waited for a long moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was lying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, which prevented the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sunny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the beach vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chain-breaker to a small strip of sand at the very edge of the island. Changing Star herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars. Her face was paler than usual, and the white flames were gone from her eyes. She had completely exhausted her essence to carry the ship across the dark abyss. Sunny grimaced. It was very unfortunate to have one of them utterly drained of essence right now. No one knew what dangers were waiting for them on the misty shore. These first minutes could very well prove to be of vital importance. Not that there had been a choice. "I'm fine." Noticing his gaze, Nephis forced out a faint smile and put a hand on the hilt of her sword. "I can still put up a fight." Sunny nodded, having no doubt in her ability to do just that, despite this weakened state. She was a seasoned slayer. Nevertheless, they had to be careful not to allow themselves to be wounded. It would be quite a while before Nephis could heal them again. Cassia used the guiding light to pick herself off the deck and shivered slightly as the mist caressed her skin. Her expression was troubled. Noticing it, Sunny tensed as well.
What is it?
The blind girl had an intuition that was far superior to even his. It had saved their lives numerous times, so seeing her this nervous was not a good sight. She lingered for a while, then shook her head with a frown.
"I'm not sure. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower. Every part of me is screaming that we are in danger."
Come to think of it, he felt it too. An invisible dark pressure emanating from all around them. All his instincts were telling him one thing, that there were dreadful predators somewhere close. Much more dreadful than even he himself was. Sunny scowled.
Aren't we always in danger?
Despite saying those words nonchalantly, he summoned the Sin of Solace and called upon his shadows. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare got closer, surrounding the three masters in a defensive formation. Nephis had walked to the edge of the deck and was now peering into the fog. her expression impassive. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Cassia and said,
"Do it."
They had discussed what to do a long time ago. The first thing, unless they were attacked immediately after landing, was to make use of the guiding light. None of them really understood how the divine relic worked, but they had established that it could point them in the direction of not only Windflower, but also Effie, or at least its tip lit up when the person holding the staff thought about her. However, it did not react the same way to Jet. That fact had been a source of many dark thoughts for Sunny. As Crow landed on his shoulder, Cassia gripped the wooden staff tighter. Then, she lingered for a moment.
That's strange.
Sunny glanced at the guiding light, which was still pointing to somewhere deep in the mist, and raised an eyebrow.
What? It seems to be working just fine.
The blind girl shook her head.
No, nothing. It's just that I have not asked it to find Effie yet. The light should still be pointing to the Windflower. I thought it would disappear once we reached it.
She concentrated for a moment, and then the radiance of the enchanted crystal changed subtly. It was still pointing deeper inland, but at a different angle. Sunny secretly let out a sigh of relief. He did not know if the guiding light truly pointed to Effie, her lifeless body, or something else entirely, and yet seeing it shine was a relief.
That gluttonous woman. She'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her.
He scowled, then took a step forward.
Let's go then.
Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them. And lastly, Nightmare leapt from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassia on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down. The noise both dampened and made louder by the mist, its echoes making them tense. Sunny took a deep breath. His vision was obstructed by the fog, and strangely enough, so was his shadow sense. It was not entirely gone, but the range was limited to about as far as he could see. Beyond that, the shadows felt vague and unreliable. He didn't like being that vulnerable at all. At least the fog itself did not feel dangerous. It was a nuisance, sure, but far from being as senselessly terrifying as the mists of the Hollow Mountains. Frowning, Sunny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin. The Sin of Solace was looking at him mockingly.
What? Did I scare you? How tiresome.
It was the damned apparition. Sunny gritted his teeth and walked past the sword wraith, heading straight for the cliffs. At the same time, he sent 3 of his 5 shadows in different directions, ordering them to cautiously scout ahead.
Slow and steady.
Effie and Jet had already been on this island for more than a year. They would have to wait for a few hours, or even days more. If Sunny, Nephis, and Cassia were too hasty and proceeded recklessly, they could very well die before finding the lost members of the cohort. He was not going to underestimate the perils of Windflower, but he was going to find his friends, no matter what.
There can't be any mistakes.
As Sunny's shadows climbed the cliffs, he and his companions cautiously advanced up the beach. Even the crow, who had been anxious and impatient to find its master all this time, seemed wary and subdued. The black bird was sitting on Sunny's shoulder, its feathers raised, and kept silent. The mist swirled silently around them. Saint and Fiend were in the rear, both ready to defend against an unexpected attack at any moment. Sunny and Nephis were in the middle. Cassia rode Nightmare at the front of the group, her back straight. The radiance of the guiding light that she held up illuminated the way. At some point, the shadow steed suddenly stopped. Sunny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter and said in a low voice,
What is it?
Cassia remained motionless for a moment, then pointed the sacred staff down at the ground. When Sunny and Nephis approached, they immediately understood why. Out there, in the white sand, hidden in the mist, was a line of lonesome footprints. Sunny kneeled to study them, a frown appearing on his face.
Those were left by a human.
Neff's voice echoed in the fog. He nodded silently. Indeed, the shallow prints left in the sand belonged to a human. From the look of it, someone had walked across the beach, barefoot. It was hard to tell the gender of the person just from these traces, but they could not have been of a very large stature. Both the size and the depths of the footprints proved otherwise. The traces also looked fresh. They could not have been left more than a few hours ago. Sunny felt a cold chill creeping up his spine. Who was taking barefoot walks in this harrowing place? There was another strange detail about the footprints. Contrary to what Sunny would have expected, the line of them came from the direction of the cliffs and disappeared into the mist, heading toward the edge of the island. And yet, they had not met or heard anyone on their way here. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Nephis and said,
Wait here.
Leaving one shadow behind, to step out of it should the need arise. Sunny stood up and followed the footprints into the fog. Soon his companions disappeared from view, and he was left alone in the swirling mist.
I don't like it.
If not for the fact that he could still see them through the shadow, Sunny would have been tempted to turn back. A few minutes later, he reached the end of the beach. The edge of the island opened into an abyssal chasm. The view of the colossal whirlpool and the darkness hiding below, obscured by the fog, Sunny felt something he had not felt for a long time. A sense of vertigo.
Come now, really? I can turn into a bird. Is it really necessary to be afraid of heights?
He sighed and shook his head. The footprints led to the very end of the island. There, the lonesome line of them disappeared, as if the person who had left it behind leapt off the edge into the misty abyss. Sunny was suddenly overcome by a strange melancholy.
Why don't you try jumping too?
He slowly looked at the Sin of Solace, who was standing at the very edge, looking into the fog with a distant expression.
No thanks.
The Sword Wraith smiled.
Why not? You said it yourself. You can turn into a bird. Hey, maybe this person knew how to fly too.
Sunny sighed and nodded.
Right. I should watch the sky well. Watch the fog above. Aerial attacks are some of the most nasty.
As he was walking back to Nephis and Cassia, Sunny was thinking about the footprints in the sand. Who had left them behind? Had that person really jumped off the edge? If so, why? Were they swallowed by the dark abyss? It seemed like such a shame. If the Chainbreaker arrived at Windflower a few hours earlier, they could have met this person. How bitter would it be to arrive at an island from which no one could return on the same day that its inhabitant had decided to take their own life? Maybe they had not, though. Maybe they really had soared into the sky and escaped this forlorn place. He could not be sure. One thing he was sure about, though, was that the footprints did not belong to Effie or Jet. Effie was too tall to have left them behind, while Jet would have never chosen to end her life. After everything she had done to preserve it, she had literally climbed out of a grave and endured being dead, all to continue living. Would a person like that ever give up? Sunny had no doubt that she would not. By the time he reunited with Nephis and Cassia, his shadows had already scaled the cliffs. In front of them was a dark forest of tall pine trees, mist swirling between the ancient trunks. One shadow cautiously glided to the left, another to the right, while the last one continued to advance forward in the direction of the distant tower. The island was large, much larger than the islands of the Chained Isles were, so exploring it was going to take a lot of time. especially because Sunny wanted to be careful and not expose his shadows to any danger.
It's going to take days, weeks maybe. Damn it.
There was no sign of Effie and Jet.
The footprints led to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction.
Cassia raised the guiding light again, and they moved along the line of footprints toward the cliffs. They advanced slowly and cautiously, never letting their guard down. Although nothing had attacked them yet, the quiet feeling of danger was growing more dire and terrifying with each step. Eventually, they arrived in front of a vertical wall of black rock. The footprints disappeared once again, this time in front of narrow stairs cut into the cliffside. The steps led all the way to the forest by the looks of it. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. The stone stairs were too narrow to maintain their formation. If something attacked them while they were ascending the steps, they would have to fight in a very awkward position.
Fiend, take the lead.
The steel ogre was the most resilient out of them, so he was going to serve as the shield of the cohort. The shadow did not seem too concerned with his task either. With dark flames burning in his eyes, he moved to the front of the formation and stepped onto the first step. As they climbed the stairs, Sunny walked behind Nephis. At some point, he noticed that she was paying a lot of attention to the stone steps disappearing beneath their feet.
What are you thinking about?
She hesitated for a few moments, then said evenly, "These are man-made." Sunny nodded. After a short pause, Neph added, "Which means that they must have been cut from stone by the seeker who lived on this island." It was a logical conclusion. Sunny glanced at the stone steps, thinking about how ancient they were. Then he scowled. "You noticed it too." Sunny lingered for a moment, then answered Neff's question with another nod. These stairs were strange. They were supposed to be ancient, and yet there was no sign of corrosion on them. The steps were not weathered and ground down by the endless assault of the elements. Instead, they were perfectly preserved and sharp, as if someone had cut them just yesterday.
Is this rock indestructible? Or are there strange things happening to time on this island?
Sunny wanted to examine this question further, but at that moment, he froze. Out there, far ahead, the shadow he had sent toward the tower heard a sound. Although it was muffled by the mist, Sunny would never fail to recognize it. It was the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a scream of pain. At the same moment, the crow that had been sitting silently on his shoulder suddenly jumped into the air and shot forward, instantly disappearing into the fog. Sunny's eyes widened.
Jet!
Sunny had recognized the voice. There was no doubt that the person screaming in pain in the depths of the forest was Jet. She was so close and in danger. He hesitated for a moment. His intuition was telling him that something absolutely deadly waited for him in the mist. Blindly rushing forward could very well invite disaster. And more than that, the scream itself was suspicious. Was Soul Reaper Jet someone to scream from pain? No, she wasn't. Sunny had seen her maintain composure while impaled on a jagged piece of alloy. Someone could have been mimicking her voice to lure them into a trap. He had met creatures that lived in the mist and mimicked human voices before, after all. The memory alone was enough to make him shudder. And yet, what if it really was her? If there was something on the island that had made Jet shriek in agony, then the danger she faced was truly dire. There was no time to hesitate at all. "Sunny?" He flinched, then looked at Nephis somberly. Despite Sunny's shaken state, he knew that he had already made the decision. His voice was steady when he spoke.
Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going.
She looked at him for a moment, then nodded calmly and unsheathed her sword. "We'll be right behind you then." As Cassia commanded the guiding light to point its radiance to where Sunny was, instead of Effie, he dove into the shadows.
I'm doing something very dangerous.
Throughout the years, Sonny had often been forced to take unacceptable risks, but that was only because his back had been against the wall, and the circumstances had not allowed him to make a different choice. If possible, he preferred to win every battle before it even started, or at least get as close to ensuring the favorable result as possible, observing his enemy, making careful preparations, dictating the ebb and flow of the battle. That was where he felt the most comfortable, and where his aspect truly shined. Right now, Sonny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was rushing into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. Much worse, he was doing all these things here, in the depths of the third nightmare, surrounded by the mists of Windflower. It was hard to imagine a place more perilous than that.
It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well.
Stepping out of the shadow that had heard Jet's voice, Sonny gave it an order to wrap itself around him and dashed into the mist with as much speed as he could muster. At the same time, he called the other two scouting shadows back. It was going to take a bit of time for them to return, but still, he preferred the plan ahead. Tearing through the fog, Sonny swiftly traversed the remaining distance to the place where the scream had come from. Soon, he broke free of the pine trees and entered a wide clearing. The ever-present fog was a bit thinner here, allowing him to see a dozen or so meters in all directions. Sonny dug his heels into the soft moss and slid for a few meters before coming to a halt. The Sin of Solace was already raised, ready to strike, but there was no movement around him. Sonny froze for a split second, scanning the misty clearing. He didn't see or sense any enemies, at least not in the small area he could perceive. What he did sense, however, was the familiar smell of blood. There, out there in front of him, hidden by fog, a figure was slumped on the ground. Dashing forward, Sonny approached the figure and staggered.
Curse it.
It was indeed Jet. However, her black leather armor seemed unbroken, and yet Soul Reaper's beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of pure agony. A moment later, Sonny noticed a strange incongruity about her. Looking closer, he understood that Jet's right arm was laying a bit too far from her body. It had been viciously severed near the shoulder. The hand was still clutched into a fist, but the glaive gripped in it was broken, already dissipating into a stream of white sparks. The moss was greedily absorbing dark, steaming blood. His chest suddenly felt constricted.
Neff has not recovered her essence yet.
As he thought that, Jet suddenly opened her eyes. They had always been icy and blue, but now the blue color had become so intense that it almost seemed as if it was glowing in the dim twilight of the misty island. There was a hint of recognition in her dazed gaze. Her lips moved, but Sonny failed to discern the barely audible whisper.
Hold on, Jet. Hold on.
Kneeling in front of her, he lowered his head and listened. Jet's voice was weak and hoarse.
Sonny, be behind you, fog.
His eyes widened. A split second later, he was already moving. Jumping to his feet, Sonny spun and brandished the Sin of Solace. He only had enough time to notice a vague shape in the swirling mist, elusive and ethereal, as if made out of the fog itself. The world around him was suddenly terribly cold, the breath escaping from his mouth as steam.
Got you.
The jade blade of the cursed Jan sliced through the ethereal figure without meeting any resistance. Sonny was used to the feeling of the flesh of his enemies parting before the white jade like water, so he wasn't too surprised. However, something was wrong. Cursing, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grasped by the misty apparition. Cold sweat appeared on his face. Sonny had no reason to believe so, but he felt as if he had just avoided certain death.
What the?
His thoughts were moving quickly. The Sin of Solace had passed through the enemy, but the enemy easily shrugged off the attack. How could it be?
Elusive, ethereal, seemingly woven out of fog, an incorporeal enemy.
This was not the first time he had faced murderous wraiths and ghost-like abominations. Grimacing, Sonny let go of the hilt of his cursed sword and allowed it to fall to the ground. Luckily, he had a weapon perfectly capable of destroying intangible foes. The Ghost Blade enchantment of the Cruel Sight allowed it to do just that. Now, he just had to survive a few seconds until the somber spear manifested itself. The problem was that he could not see the mist wraith anymore. After attacking once, it dissolved into the swirling fog, becoming utterly invisible. The next strike could come at any moment, from any direction. The gloomy and happy shadows were already approaching from two different directions. Very soon they would reach the clearing and augment his speed even more. This battle was not going to be as hard then.
Now I just need to...
Sonny,
Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, but he didn't allow himself to look down. All his focus was concentrated on the swirling mist, watching for the signs of the next attack.
be careful. She's...
Finally, the Cruel Sight appeared in his hand, instantly igniting with the radiance of divine flame. The fog around the silver blade seethed, evaporating. At almost the same time, the happy shadow reached the clearing and burst from the line of trees, flying toward him with incredible speed. The gloomy shadow was not far behind. The mist moved.
Huh?
Strangely enough, the wraith was not lunging at him. Instead, it was at the edge of the clearing, moving to intercept.
No!
Suddenly, harrowing pain poured through Sonny's mind and body. Letting out a bestial wail, he fell to one knee, clutching at his chest. It was an agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. As Sonny watched with disbelieving eyes, his vision blurry, the happy shadow was out there, in front of him, impaled on a ghostly blade. Once lively and joyful, it was now empty and hollow. The spell whispered solemnly into his ear.
Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed.
Sonny was paralyzed by pain, but he tried to move nevertheless. However, it was too late. The mist wraith was suddenly on the opposite side of the clearing, and he was brought to the ground by another wave of unimaginable killing torment.
Your shadow has your core destroyed.
His soul was severely damaged. 2 of his shadow cores had been shattered, and his soul was falling apart.
No, no, no!
Letting out a tortured howl, Sonny struggled to stand up. But all he managed was to rise to one knee. It was then that he felt a cold presence looming above him. Looking up, he saw it. 2 icy blue eyes looking down at him with inhuman coldness. Laying on the ground, Jet whispered in a voice that was like a dying flame.
me.
Then, a ghostly blade pierced Sonny's chest. It passed through the dark fabric of Ananka's mantle and the black silk of the Shroud of Dust, as if there were no obstacles at all. Neither marble shell nor bone weave offered it any resistance either. The blade did not cut Sonny's skin, nor did it sever his flesh. Instead, it struck directly at his lightless soul. Already damaged, it crumbled from that single strike. That was how Sonny had been slain by undying slaughter of the 6 plagues for the first time. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on the white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, preventing the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sonny could make out the figure of Saint, standing still on the bow of the grounded vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephis had guided the chainbreaker to a small sand beach at the very edge of the island. Neph herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars, drained of essence. Sonny grimaced. It was inevitable.
But we should be careful not to receive any serious wounds. She won't be able to heal us anytime soon.
Nephis, meanwhile, had already regained her composure. I'm fine. I can still put up a fight.
Well, of course you can. I've no doubt about that.
After exchanging a few words with them, Cassia used the guiding light to make it point in the direction where Effie supposedly was.
Or her lifeless body. Or something else entirely.
Sonny couldn't suppress his anxiety anymore. He scowled and took a step forward, ready to leap down to the beach.
That gluttonous woman. She'd better be alive. Or else I'll be very cross with her.
Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephis was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them. And lastly, Nightmare leapt from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassia on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoed, making them tense. Feeling very uncomfortable because of how suppressed both his vision and shadow sense were, Sonny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin. The Sin of Solace looked at him contemptuously and spat.
Gods, this again? I'm so sick of it.
Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith. But then he lingered for a moment. Suddenly, a strange sense of déjà vu overcame him. Why did he feel as if the Sin of Solace was supposed to say something else? Shaking his head, Sonny ignored the loathsome apparition and headed straight for the cliffs. Less than an hour later, he was writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by unbearable agony. His lightless soul was mutilated and slowly falling apart. As Sonny arduously rose to one knee, a cold gaze pierced him from above.
No, no, no!
Then a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning heavily on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence.
We should be careful not to get wounded until she recovers some essence.
She straightened slowly and said in a tired voice, I'm fine. I can still put up a fight.
Well, of course you can. You're changing star of the Immortal Flame Clan.
They exchanged a few words with Cassia, who then used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be. Soon, Sonny jumped down to the beach, followed by the rest of his companions.
That gluttonous woman. She'd better be alive, or else I'll be very cross with her.
Feeling vulnerable in the swirling mist, he scowled and took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. Sonny flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin. The Sin of Solace was glaring at him without even trying to conceal his hatred.
You are such a pathetic, odious, revolting coward. Just die already. Die! Gods, this is unbearable.
Sonny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith, heading for the cliffs. He was suddenly overcome by a strange sense of déjà vu.
Weird. What did that bastard say?
Banishing the thought of the damnable sword wraith from his head, he continued forward. Soon after, a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny died in agony. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. A minute or two later, he jumped down to the beach and headed to the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition suddenly appeared from the mist, scaring him. The Sin of Solace laughed.
Damn. Damn it. It was fun at the start, but now I've already lost count.
Ignoring the odious wraith, Sonny continued walking. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange sense of déjà vu, but dismissed it. Not long after that, his soul was destroyed by the ruthless blade of undying slaughter. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died. The chain breaker was laying on the white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephis was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. After Cassia used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be, Sonny jumped down to the beach and headed toward the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition appeared from the mist and scared him. The Sin of Solace glared at him silently, not saying anything.
What is up with that bastard?
Ignoring the loathsome wraith, Sonny walked past and advanced cautiously through the fog. Strange sense of déjà vu suddenly overwhelmed him, but he dismissed it.
Slow and steady. Slow and steady.
However, something was still gnawing at his mind. Scowling, Sonny stopped, lingered for a few moments, and turned around.
Hey, you. Weren't you going to say something?
Nephis looked at him with a hint of surprise. Are you talking to your sword? Sonny nodded and continued staring at the Sin of Solace, who silently glared at him back.
Why do I feel so strange?
He remained motionless for a while, his expression growing darker. Eventually, Sonny uttered a curse and shook his head.
Hold on. I think something is not right.
Because of Sonny, they spent more time near the chain breaker than they had planned. However, he simply couldn't tell what it was that had made him feel so uncomfortable. After a while, there was no choice but to head for the cliffs. Cassia rode Nightmare at the front of the group. Sonny and Nephis followed, while Saint and Fiend were defending the rear. As they walked, Sonny remained silent, a deep frown on his face.
I just feel strange.
It was as if he had taken these steps before. The white sand, the swirling mist, the black edifices of the tall cliffs, it all felt eerily familiar.
What is going on?
Eventually, they discovered a line of footprints in the sand. Sonny should have felt surprised and curious, but he barely paid the mysterious discovery any attention, as if it was only natural for the footprints to be there. Those were left by a human. He shivered slightly and looked at Nephis. How had he known that she would say those exact words? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly,
Wait here.
Why did he feel almost obligated to respond that way? Deeply disturbed, Sonny left one of his shadows behind and followed the line of footprints to the edge of the island. There were so many questions he should have been asking himself, like who had left these traces. Had that person really jumped into the abyssal chasm, or had they survived and escaped the suffocating mist? But instead, Sonny was mostly thinking about why it felt as if he had already visited the edge of the island before. The Sin of Solace was there as well, glaring at him silently.
Why is he not saying anything? I feel like he should have said something already. Like, encourage me to jump, too.
Scowling, Sonny returned to Nephis and Cassia.
The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction.
When they nodded and prepared to set out, he suddenly asked,
Wait, don't you feel that something is strange?
Nephis looked at him with her usual impassive expression. Everything here is strange. Sonny had no choice but to agree. It was a stupid question to begin with, of course. Everything felt strange on a mystical island hidden behind a barrier of a colossal whirlpool. They continued forward and eventually reached stone steps leading up the hills. Fiend took the lead, and the group cautiously started the ascent. As they walked, Sonny couldn't shake off the feeling that these steps looked eerily familiar.
Just what the hell is going on with me? Am I under some kind of mind hex again?
By now, Sonny's resistance to mental attack was rather high. Even the Sin of Solace, a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, was having trouble driving him truly and utterly insane. He did not doubt that there were beings in the Tomb of Ariel that could shatter his defenses, but he did doubt that there was something here that could do so without him noticing.
Then what is it?
Looking up, he noticed that Nephis was staring intently at the stone steps.
She must have noticed that they are not weathered at all, as if the Seeker who had lived on the island created them just yesterday.
Wait, when had he come to these conclusions himself? It just seemed so obvious. As Sonny froze, feeling very confused, one of the scouting shadows suddenly heard the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a pained scream. He didn't feel surprised at all, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. The black crow that had been sitting on his shoulder suddenly dashed into the fog.
Was that Jet's voice?
Why did thinking about Jet fill him with a sense of cold dread?
Sonny?
Cassia and Nephis had noticed his dazed state. He lingered for a moment.
Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going.
The words left his mouth as if he had rehearsed them. Nephis nodded.
We'll be right.
Without listening to her response, Sonny dove into the shadows.
Something is wrong.
He knew that he was taking a dire risk by rushing blindly into the forest. Windflower was too dangerous a place to behave rashly. Sonny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was diving into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. But Jet was going to die if he delayed even for a moment. Somehow, he was sure of it. Stepping out of the shadow deep within the forest, Sonny gritted his teeth and dashed forward.
It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be all right, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time as well.
But then, he felt a chilling terror grasp his heart. Would he really pull through? Or would he die, miserable, after finally losing a gamble? Bursting onto a wide clearing, Sonny slid on the moss and came to a halt close to its middle. The smell of blood permeated the air here, both frightening and familiar.
Where is she? Where is she?
Looking around, he noticed someone laying on the ground, their motionless figure buried in the mist. Dashing there, Sonny fell to his knees and stared down with wide eyes. It was Jet. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, but her beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of terrible agony. The moss was greedily drinking blood that flowed from the terrible wound where her arm had been viciously severed.
Curse it all!
Sensing his presence, Jet slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved weakly.
Sonny, be
behind me, in the fog.
Before Jet finished her warning, he was already jumping to his feet and spinning around. There was a vague shape moving in the mist. Because of how quickly Sonny had reacted, he had no trouble dodging its strike. The Sin of Solace hissed, slicing the figure apart.
That won't do anything.
Why did he think that? Right, seemingly woven out of mist, ethereal, elusive. It had to be a wraith of some kind, meaning that physical attacks would be ineffective against it. It seemed that Sonny's subconscious had discerned the insidious nature of the enemy faster than his conscious mind did. For this battle, he had to discard the Jade Jian and summon the cruel sight instead. A split second later, the mist wraith seemed to dissipate into the swirling fog. Sonny could not sense its presence at all, which meant that the abomination could attack at any moment, from any direction. Letting go of the Sin of Solace, he called upon the somber spear. Now he just had to survive until it was summoned.
No, I'm missing something.
Sonny froze in place, torn between the dire need to be absolutely focused and the gnawing feeling that he was forgetting something terribly, terribly important.
is it?
He couldn't allow himself to get distracted. A moment of inattention could mean death.
Focus.
His other two scouting shadows, gloomy and happy, were going to reach the clearing in a few seconds. Only when his body was augmented by all 5 shadows would he have the luxury of sparing some thought to the gnawing feeling. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, faltering and weak.
Sonny, careful, she's...
He looked down, and then... Sonny was suddenly inexplicably calm. His lips moved.
She's you.
The cruel sight finally manifested itself into existence. The happy shadow flew into the clearing. The mist wraith, undying slaughter, was already there, waiting for it. A terrible agony tore Sonny's soul apart. Falling to his knees, he heard the spell whisper and thought,
Your shadow has been destroyed.
Your shadow has been destroyed.
Your shadow core has been destroyed.
Your shadow core has been destroyed.
Another flash of indescribable torment pierced his existence, throwing Sonny to the ground. Writhing in pain, he struggled to stand up.
I knew this would happen. How did I know?
Finally, he managed to rise to one knee. The mist was suddenly unbearably cold, causing his body to shiver. Sonny raised his head and saw 2 icy blue eyes looking down at him.
I am going to die now.
The ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. The forest clearing was gone. The bleeding, broken figure of Jet was gone. The corpses of his shadows were gone too, but he remembered it all clearly. The misty shore, the black cliffs, the cold twilight of the pine forest, the dread of dying on his knees.
I died.
But he had not. Otherwise, how would he be standing here on the deck of the chainbreaker?
Neff and Cassia must have saved me somehow and retreated back to the ship.
It was at that moment that he heard Neff's voice.
I'm fine. I can still put up a fight.
Sonny flinched and stared at her with a deadpan expression.
What did you just say?
She raised an eyebrow.
I said I can still fight.
Sonny continued to stare at her silently. His mind was utterly empty.
These are the exact words she said when we first landed on the island. No, not just her words. Everything is exactly the same.
He looked around again, noting every small detail of their surroundings. He was right. It was as if the last hour had never happened. As if Sonny had returned to the past. He slowly raised a hand and ran it across his face.
What the hell is going on? It's exactly the same.
The chain breaker was leaning on a broken cliff, the mist swirling around it. Saint was standing motionlessly at the bow of the ship. Nephis had just stated that she would still be able to fight, despite exhausting all her essence. Sonny looked at her, then shifted slightly and threw a glance at Cassia.
Last time, I noticed her troubled expression and asked if there was something wrong. She explained how her instincts were screaming of danger.
He hesitated for a few moments and kept silent. Nephis, however, did not. Noting that Cassia seemed concerned about something, she asked evenly, "Have you sensed something?" The blind girl shook her head with a frown.
Nothing specific. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower. Every part of me is screaming that we are in danger.
Sonny's eyes widened slightly. The wording had changed a little, but it was almost exactly the same response.
How?
While Nephis and Cassia went about locating the direction where Effie supposedly was, with the help of the guiding light, he observed them without saying anything. His mind was strangely split between 2 extremes. One part of it had turned cold and analytical, driven into a heightened state of utmost vigilance. The other was shaken and distraught, still reeling from the agony of dying to the ghostly blade. The shock of remembering his harrowing demise was so visceral that Sonny wanted nothing more than to topple to the deck and curl into a shivering ball. Perhaps he had only managed to remain standing because he was frozen stiff.
Sonny, let's go if you don't mind.
He flinched and glanced at Nephis. She was already leaping over the railing, still slow to react. Sonny watched as Cassia awkwardly climbed on top of Nightmare and settled in the saddle. With her small stature, it was not that easy to accomplish.
I should adjust the stirrups.
That ordinary thought finally broke his dazed state. Commanding his shadows to disembark, he walked over to the edge of the deck and jumped down. He was the last one to set foot on the white sand of the misty beach.
I really seem to have traveled to the past. Or is it an illusion? Then again, that vision of death might have been an illusion instead. Did I receive a prophetic vision meant for Cassia somehow?
His mind was in turmoil, which was why Sonny flinched and took a step back when a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the fog. He had completely forgotten about the Sin of Solace.
Right. That bastard scared me the last time, too. Now he's going to glare at me silently.
The Sin of Solace did indeed glare at him silently for a moment. But then the apparition smirked and said in a contemptuous tone,
You know, I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we?
Sonny looked at him in surprise. Apart from minute changes that had happened because of his interaction, this was the first thing that went differently than how it had in the previous round. A slight frown appeared on Sonny's face.
Why is the bastard the only exception to the rule?
Walking past the apparition, he said quietly,
Sure, let's go for another round.
The wraith stared at him in surprise. As they advanced through the mist, they discovered the line of footsteps in the sand and continued toward the cliffs. Sonny was thinking feverishly.
Is it an illusion? Or have I really traveled back in time? If it's the latter, then why? And what do I do now that I have?
There was too much to think about, and not enough time. His mental state was in shambles as well. Sonny vaguely realized that he was still in shock, but didn't know what to do about it. He was probably missing a lot of vital things in his rattled condition. For example, suddenly, Sonny felt incredibly cold.
How have I not thought about that?
They were already ascending the stone steps, which meant that Jet was going to be attacked by undying slaughter in a matter of minutes. Seconds?
Ursit.
His mind ignited. Thinking as fast and as best as he could, Sonny cursed himself for being such a fool. He wasted almost an entire hour trying to understand why he had been sent into the past instead of considering how to deal with the future. Even if he was in shock after having his soul torn apart and dying in agony, there was no excuse.
What do I do now?
He remembered his naive thoughts bitterly. He would pull through again somehow? It was just another gamble?
It seems I have finally become arrogant.
And paid a heavy price for it. The heaviest price there could be.
Doesn't matter. There's no time to feel regret. I need to decide what to do now.
A small, cowardly part of him instantly had an answer. The safest thing to do was to abandon Jet and save himself from having to face undying slaughter. He knew that he would die in that clearing, so why go there at all? But even knowing the danger, he couldn't let Jet die.
Go there and fight then?
It was not such a foolish thought. The reason why Sonny had lost the last time around was because he had dove into the battle blind and without making any preparations. Now, however, he knew exactly what enemy he would be facing. And although there was very little time left before the clash, he could at least prepare a few things.
I still don't know enough about undying slaughter.
Fighting her now would be unwise, but he did not really need to. All he had to do was grab Jet and run. At that point, the shadow he had sent to scout ahead finally heard it. The sound of clashing steel, followed by Soul Reaper's pained scream. Sonny gritted his teeth.
Let's do this.
Dismissing the Sin of Solace, Sonny called upon the cruel sight and looked at Nephis. There was no time to explain everything, but he still had to warn them in advance. What to say? How would he even explain a situation like this? Not finding any good words, Sunny just said what came to mind.
I found Jet. She's being attacked by a powerful enemy, a wraith-like creature capable of dealing damage directly to our souls. I'll try to get Jet and retreat to prepare for battle.
Before she had time to respond, Sunny already dove into the shadows.
The reason I died was because I lost the initiative by not knowing the nature of the enemy and not having the correct weapon to deal with a wraith immediately at hand. Most importantly, I failed to realize that my shadows would be vulnerable to Undying Slaughter's attacks as well.
He had dodged the first attack of the Defiled without too much trouble. It was unknown which one of them would have lost in the end after the cruel sight had manifested itself in a normal fight. However, Undying Slaughter had moved to destroy his shadows first. It was no surprise that she had known just how to kill him in one fell swoop. After all, the Mist Wraith was most likely a defiled version of Soul Reaper Jet, using her future transformation ability. Jet knew a lot about his aspect, and the future Jet would have known even more. That had been Sunny's undoing. After a vast part of his soul had been destroyed, he was in no condition to put up any further resistance. So, he died, miserably, on his knees. This time was going to be different. First, he had already summoned the cruel sight. Second, he would protect his shadows. And lastly, he knew a lot about Jet's aspect as well. Stepping out of the shadow, he wrapped it around his body and dashed toward the clearing.
The dormant ability allows her to absorb the essence of living beings she kills. The awakened ability allows her to strike directly at the souls of her enemies, bypassing all forms of physical defense. The ascended ability allows her to increase the size and capacity of her shattered soul core, as well as removing the limit on how much essence she can use to enhance her body.
Sunny did not know how ancient Undying Slaughter really was, and how distant was the future she had come from. However, her Frankenstein's monster of a soul core would have already reached an enormous size, considering how many people the 6 plagues had slaughtered. She was powerful. He also did not know much about her transcendent ability. It was most likely how Undying Slaughter had attacked him in the form of a wraith, but the details of her transformation were unclear.
I should be able to get through this as long as I'm careful.
Or not. Bursting from the line of trees, Sunny ignited the silver blade of the cruel sight with divine flames and dashed toward where Jet was laying on the ground, her blood pouring into the moss. As he kneeled in front of her, tense and ready to fight, she opened her icy blue eyes and looked at him weakly. Her lips moved.
Don't speak. I know. Now.
Sunny did not have to kneel and show his back to the enemy. However, if he had the opportunity to fool Undying Slaughter into thinking that she had the upper hand, it would be criminal not to use it. Sensing an almost imperceptible disturbance in the mist, he shot to his feet and lashed out with the radiant blade of the cruel sight. There was a vague figure hidden in the fog, already moving to attack him. Caught by surprise, it had no chance to avoid the sudden strike. And yet, it did. Fast. Sunny pulled back his spear and froze, tensely observing the mist. Despite the fact that their roles had reversed, and he was the one to deliver an unexpected attack, the end result was the same. Undying Slaughter had dissipated into the fog, and he was left not knowing where the next blow would come from. Or he would have, if not for the fact that he knew the future.
Wrong.
Sunny knew what would have happened, not what would happen. Him changing the opening exchange of the battle could have changed what Undying Slaughter would do as well. He still had to be careful. However, the next few seconds went just as they had before. The Mist Wraith did not attack him again, hiding and waiting until the Happy Shadow flew from behind the trees and rushed toward its master. Sunny remembered the harrowing agony of having his soul torn apart and felt his hair stand on end. The mist swirled, and the wraith hiding within it moved to intercept the swift shadow.
Damn it!
Even knowing what was about to come, he couldn't suppress his fear. Undying Slaughter brought its ghostly blade down, but before it could plunge it into the shadow, it was met by another blade, this one made of pure darkness. As 2 ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, Saint deflected the wraith's blow, and stepped into the clearing.
Blade of Darkness. Ability description. The true darkness dwelling in the Shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the Shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon.
Saint's dark sword could cut both tangible and intangible enemies, just like the cruel sight could. More than that, she was immune to soul damage, which made his taciturn shadow an almost perfect adversary for the hateful Mistwraith. Even if Undying Slaughter was a defiled transcendent like the Mad Prince was, Saint was a transcendent devil. Their power, at least theoretically, was on par. Or so Sunny hoped. Faced with the dark blade, the Mistwraith glided back. The next moment, a second shadow appeared in the clearing. Fiend jumped out of it, infernal flames burning in his eyes. The happy shadow wrapped itself around the graceful stone knight, while the gloomy one wrapped itself around the steel ogre. Sunny himself was augmented by the other three. Undying Slaughter was caught in the middle of a triangle formed by Saint, Fiend, and Sunny.
Let's see who will die now.
Forcing himself to grin, Sunny gripped the cruel sight tighter and dashed forward. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chain breaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly.
Damnation!
His trembling fist collided with the railing and splintered the enchanted wood. He didn't feel the pain.
Curse it all!
Sunny, are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, took a labored breath, then looked himself over and slowly turned to Nephis. His voice sounded hoarse.
Yes, it seems that I am.
In the end, he still lost to Undying Slaughter. The odds seemed to be in his favor. He successfully avoided having his shadows destroyed, summoned Saint and Fiend, and managed to wrestle the initiative from the ghostly claws of the Mistwraith. However, the battle did not go how he had hoped it would. It ended in disaster, just like the previous time. Sunny had been almost certain that Saint would be immune to Undying Slaughter's soul attacks, and it turned out to be somewhat true. It seemed that she could withstand much more damage than the rest of them, but even then, the ghostly blade was just as lethal to the taciturn knight as it was to Sunny and Fiend. The reason, as he belatedly realized, was the unique nature of Jet's aspect. Her attacks bypassed physical defenses and struck the soul, and yet they were not true soul attacks. Instead, they were physical attacks that inexplicably dealt damage to the soul. How was one supposed to defend against that? The mightier one's soul was, the more it took to destroy it. Other than enduring the damage or avoiding being hit entirely, there was no other way. At least, none that he knew of. Sadly, it was easier said than done. Saint's sword and the cruel sight were capable of blocking the ghostly blade of Undying Slaughter, but actually withstanding her dreadful assault was almost impossible. The Mistwraith was astonishingly swift, devastatingly strong, and insidiously cunning on top of that. She was a truly abominable creature, and an inexplicable one, too. Sunny had just enough time to catch a glimpse of what hid in the darkness of her defiled soul, and what he saw left him reeling. Undying Slaughter could be called a corrupted beast, since there was only one node of vile darkness infesting her soul. But that node was truly colossal in size, dwarfing any other corruption core he had even seen before. So her actual power could very well be equal to a Terror or a Titan. Still, faced with Saint's resilient soul and two weapons that could both block and damage intangible beings, Undying Slaughter was at least forced to change tactics. After clashing with them a few times, the Mistwraith silently discarded her ghostly form,
turning back into a corporeal creature. If Sunny had ever had any doubt that the 6 plagues were the future versions of the members of the cohort, they were instantly dispelled at that moment. Undying Slaughter looked more like a revenant, both dreadful and dreadfully beautiful, than a human being. But there was no way he could fail to recognize those icy blue eyes, that chilling presence, and the ruthless way in which she fought. She was truly Soul Reaper Jet, or rather, had been once. Undying Slaughter might have been Jet once, but there was nothing human left in her merciless mad eyes anymore. Once she assumed a corporeal form, Sunny was thrown into despair. His plan to stall the abomination while Fiend retreated with the real Jet was shattered almost instantly. Undying Slaughter read his intentions like an open book, and not only made following the plan impossible, but also cruelly turned it against Sunny. The initiative he had so arduously won was immediately lost when the Revenant aimed all her attacks at Jet instead of him, Saint, or Fiend. Forced to protect the gravely wounded companion, they had no choice but to follow her cadence and fall under her control. It was a simple but viciously effective strategy. Considering how skilled, explosively fast, and terrifyingly strong Undying Slaughter was, the rest of the battle did not take long. Fiend's carapace of black silver, which Sunny considered nearly indestructible, was eventually pierced and violently split open, the infernal flames spilling out of horrid wounds like blood. The ravenous ogre collapsed with a frightened, confused howl and grew still. Saint's stone armor was shattered, her limbs were broken, ruby dust flowed like a river, and although the taciturn knight tried to stand her ground, the ghostly blade eventually found its way into the narrow crack of her visor. The crimson glow of her ruby eyes was extinguished, and Saint crumbled to the ground, lifeless. The spell announced her death mournfully. Sunny thought that he would be next, but Undying Slaughter was not that kind. She made him watch Jet die before delivering the fatal blow. Back on the deck of the Chainbreaker, he closed his eyes.
How can anyone fight that thing?
I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Sunny flinched and looked up. Nephis must have mistaken the reason for his grim expression and repeated her usual words. It was just a coincidence. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of incongruity. Mere seconds ago, Sunny had been fighting for his life, watching his shadows die in fear and sorrow. He had watched Jet die as well. He had even died himself again. And yet, Nephis and Cassia were behaving as if nothing had happened. Well, it had not for them. Sunny understood that, but he still couldn't help but feel ashamed, angry, and resentful. He lingered for a few moments, and then forced out a smile.
Yeah, I can put up a fight too.
His smile widened slightly, growing both darker and more sincere. It was true. Sunny might have lost a Dying Slaughter again, but he acquired something extremely valuable from that loss. Looking around, he took in the sight of the swirling mist, white sand, and the black cliffs.
So, I'm back again.
What he received was truly precious. It was the knowledge that his strange return to the past was not a one-time thing, which meant that he was not done fighting. Giving him a nod, Nephis went about asking Cassia to use the guiding light to locate Effie. Sunny, meanwhile, remained motionless. He was somewhat lost in thought.
First of all, stay calm.
His behavior up until now had been nothing short of embarrassing. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances. During his first round, Sunny had been barely conscious of the fact that time was repeating itself. During the second try, he was still reeling and in shock from dying gruesomely at the hands of Undying Slaughter. But this was his third attempt. This time, he had to maintain his composure and not lose control.
No, not quite right.
Who was to say that this attempt was his third? It was only the third attempt, since he had become aware of the fact that everything was repeating itself. There was no telling how many times he had died before that. Still deep in thought, Sunny glanced at Nephis and Cassia. He remained motionless for a few moments, then silently walked over to Nightmare and adjusted the stirrups of the overpriced saddle to make it easier for the blind girl to mount. Soon, they abandoned the ship and stepped on the white sand of the misty beach. Sunny walked in the back, looking down with a somber expression on his face. He did not react in any way when the Sin of Solace suddenly appeared from the fog. The Sword Wraith stared at him mockingly. Calling the shadows? Shame the only thing you achieved was getting them killed like you get everyone else who follows you killed. Hey, here's an idea. How about you ask Nephis and Cassia for help next? Sunny spared him a grim look, causing the Sin of Solace to cover his mouth with a hand theatrically. Huh, I've said too much, haven't I? Sunny looked away. It is as I thought. It seemed that the Sword Wraith had become aware of the fact that time is repeating itself long before Sunny. What was it that the Sin of Solace had said the last time? I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we? Back then, Sunny had only paid attention to the fact that the Wraith was behaving differently from the past, unlike everyone else. But now, it was clear that the apparition had already known about the twisted nature of time on Windflower. Come to think of it, had it not been the inconsistency in how the Sin of Solace behaved that first alerted Sunny to the anomaly? The Wraith had stared at Sunny silently, and he turned to ask if the bastard was not going to say anything. The odd feeling that eventually allowed him to realize the truth started gnawing at him after that. The time is repeating itself. Sunny looked into the fog. A few moments later, he sighed deeply. I'm such a fool. The great river was a river of time. Windflower was surrounded by a mystical whirlpool, and what did whirlpools do? They spun. The water caught in them, revolved in a circle. So, the time here must have revolved in a circle too, forming a loop. It was an outlandish theory, but not an entirely baseless one. In fact, it could explain a few things. Why the ancient stone steps did not look weathered at all, for example. How Effie and Jet could have survived an entire year on this island despite their flaws. Wait. If Effie and Jet were caught in a loop of repeating time here on Windflower, then was Undying Slaughter caught in it too? She had not shown any signs of knowing what Sunny would do in advance, which meant that she did not know about the loop, and therefore had no means of escaping it. How had one of the dreaded 6 plagues ended up being trapped here? More importantly, why was Sunny the only one who seemed to be aware of the loop? He frowned. After a few moments, his eyes widened slightly. It's not me. It's the Sin of Solace. The Sword Wraith seemed to have been aware of the loop from the very beginning. He was somehow immune to forgetting the events of every previous revolution. Was it because the cursed sword was innately tied to truth and revelations, which it was supposed to grant its mad wielder? Sunny was not particularly mad, but the Sin of Solace was a part of his mind, a splintered and twisted one, but a part nevertheless. Was it possible that he had slowly become contaminated by the knowledge the Sword Wraith possessed somehow? Or that the awareness of the loop was one of the revelations of madness granted to him by the cursed sword? Sunny did not know the exact reason, but he was certain that it was because of the Sin of Solace that he had become aware of the circular nature of time on Windflower. His thoughts turned somber. The how and why are clear. Now what? Undying Slaughter was far more fearsome than Sunny had expected. He had lost to her bitterly, which was not to say that he could not win. If Sunny entered the battle with Nephis, Nightmare, Cassia, and her echoes. If he prepared better, he would still probably lose and watch everyone die. For the first few times, at least a few dozen times, a few hundred times? If the loop was infinite, it did not matter. Sooner or later, he would learn enough and find a way to kill Undying Slaughter. But was the loop really infinite? And even if it was, what would killing Undying Slaughter even achieve? She would come back to life as soon as the next revolution started, just like Sonny had been coming back to life. His face suddenly paled. Is it all meaningless? Fighting Undying Slaughter, saving Jet, searching for Effie. It was indeed meaningless if he did not know a way to escape the loop. But was it even possible to escape it? It has to be. The Serpent King had come to Windflower and returned after all. There was a way. So Sonny just had to find it. First and foremost, he needed information. How did the loop function? What were its boundaries? When did time terminate and turn back? And much more. I need to learn all kinds of stuff. The future promised to be rather interesting and incredibly tiring. Sonny shuddered, imagining how many more times he was going to die. By the time the three of them reached the line of footsteps in the sand, Sonny had formulated a rough plan of what he had to do during this particular revolution. Well, it wasn't much of a plan. There were too many paths he could take, so he simply chose one that was the closest. Jet was not that far, and had to know more about what was happening on the island than he did. So, Sonny was determined to find her before Undying Slaughter did. He was not enthused about the idea of fighting the dreadful Wraith again so soon. Luckily, there was a high possibility that he could snatch Jet and escape without exchanging a single blow with the Defiled. What I need right now is not strength, but speed. Sonny glanced at Nephis and Cassia. He would have to share his knowledge with his companions sooner or later, without a doubt. Just imagining that conversation made him uncomfortable, though. It was a rather bizarre thing to say to someone, that they had been living the same hour over and over again without ever realizing it. I'll tell them the next time. Hopefully, there will be a next time. Sonny suspected that the loop was endless. It should have existed for as long as the colossal whirlpool existed, which had already been hundreds of years. But he couldn't be sure. So for now, he had to treat each revolution as if it was the last one. I'll tell them after I'm back then. Sadly, he had already wasted a lot of time coming to this realization, so there was none left for lengthy explanations. Noticing his intense gaze, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, considering his words carefully, then opened his mouth and said just 3 of them. Aster, Song, Vale. Her expression changed slightly, becoming darker and more intense. It was not exactly the same murderous reaction she had shown on the Ashen Barrow, but Sonny still felt a little uncomfortable. Nephis frowned. Why? She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. Are we under a mind hex again? Sonny shook his head. No, but something similar. Right now, I need you two to not ask questions and do what I tell you. Can you do that? Cassia turned around in the saddle, a troubled expression appearing on her face. She remained silent, though, waiting for Nephis to speak. Neph stared at him for a few long moments, then nodded slowly. All right. Sonny sighed with relief. He knew that she trusted him, but blindly trusting someone was not easy. It was even harder to suppress one's curiosity. Personally, he would have had a lot of trouble both with the former and the latter. He forced out a smile. Good. Then return to the ship and hide. Stay safe until I return.
Sonny had no idea if returning to the Chainbreaker was indeed safe, but it was the best temporary solution he could come up with. Turning to Cassia, he added, "I'll need Nightmare." The blind girl swiftly dismounted, allowing him to hop into the saddle. Looking down, Sonny lingered for a moment, then commanded Saint and Fiend to protect his companions. A moment later, he was galloping through the fog. He wanted to avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, which meant that he would not need his combat shadows. If he still ended up facing the Mist Wraith, summoning them to him would take only a couple of moments.
Faster.
Nightmare, however, was the fastest of his followers. His speed was far superior to even Sonny's own, as well as that of his shadows. To find Jet and bring her away from the misty forest unscathed, Sonny would need his steed the most. He sent all 5 shadows to augment the Dark Destroyer. The 2 of them flew along the line of lonesome footprints, swiftly approaching the wall of black cliffs. The Black Stallion scaled the stone steps without ever slowing down, his adamantine hooves sending sparks flying from the black rock, the melodious staccato traveling through the mist like the rumble of war drums. Soon they entered the forest. Sonny was way ahead of the previous revolution. Jet should not have entered the clearing yet, so she could be anywhere. That was a problem, considering that he did not dare send his shadows to scout anymore.
Quite a predicament.
He could use the silver bell to point Jet in his direction. The problem was that Undying Slaughter would recognize its ringing as well, not to mention that there were most likely other deadly creatures on the island. It was a shame that the guiding light pointed to Effie, but not Jet. Otherwise, Sonny would have taken it with him. Nightmare reached the clearing where Sonny had died the last 2 times, or however many times it really was, and crossed it in the blink of an eye.
She shouldn't have come from the direction of the beach, so the most logical choice is to continue toward the tower.
The fog veiled everything, making the world appear only a couple dozen meters wide.
Damn it.
He could stumble on Jet at any moment. However, he could also stumble on Undying Slaughter at any moment. Sonny was considering sending his shadows in all directions after all, when he suddenly smelled it. The stench of blood. Following his mental command, Nightmare slowed down and then came to a halt. Sonny looked around, inhaling the wisps of mist, then sent his steed toward a particular tree. The ancient pine reached further than he could see. But there, on its bark, was a spot much darker than the rest of it. A bloody handprint, as if someone wounded had leaned on the trunk of the tree. He spun in the saddle and finally noticed another bloody print. That gave him a direction to follow. Coincidentally, that direction led back toward the now distant clearing. Sending Nightmare into a gallop, Sonny feverishly took in his surroundings. Despite the fact that the trunks of the tall pines were flying past him with terrible speed, he still managed to notice the marks. Sometimes there were bloody handprints on the trees. Sometimes there were drops of blood on the ground. Sonny guided his steed to follow the bloody trail. And then, finally, a human figure appeared from the fog, leaning heavily on a tree. She was hunched and pale as a ghost, but her glaive was raised, ready to attack. He heard a hoarse whisper.
"Come get me, wench."
It was Jet. A moment later, the image of an infernal black stallion appearing from the mist reflected in the icy depths of her piercing blue eyes, with a rider in a flying black mantle leaning low in the saddle. Her pupils widened in astonishment.
Sonny?
Extending a hand in Jet's direction, he shouted,
No time to explain.
Her hesitation lasted only for a split second. Dropping the glaive to the ground, Jet reached out with her own bloodied hand. Grabbing it, Sonny pulled. A moment later, Soul Reaper was sitting right behind him, clutching onto the folds of Ananka's mantle. The glaive disappeared into a rain of sparks. Sonny commanded Nightmare to get the hell out of the misty forest as soon as possible. As the shadow carried the 2 masters away, Jet leaned forward and asked in a pained voice,
"I'm not complaining. But how the hell are you here?
He grinned. What a complicated question. How else? I came on a ship.
Sonny did not guide Nightmare directly back to the Chainbreaker. He had managed to follow Jet's bloody trail after all, so Undying Slaughter would most likely be able to as well. Since Sonny did not want to lead her to Nephis and Cassia, he had to cover their tracks first. The problem was, he didn't really know how to do it. Tracking was one of the basic skills taught during the Wilderness Survival course, which obviously covered the tracks as well. But he needed to know the capabilities of the enemy to know how to hide from them, and Undying Slaughter was still largely a mystery. Remembering the line of footprints leading to the edge of the island, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then turned his steed to the left. They were still moving in the general direction of the cliffs, but to a point far removed from the stone steps. With wind whistling in his ears, Sonny raised his voice slightly.
Where's Effie?
There was a lot he had to ask and tell Jet, but this question was the most important. He both dreaded and couldn't wait to hear the answer. She remained silent for a moment, probably wondering how he knew that the two of them had been together, then said in a stifled tone,
I'm not sure. We were separated in the vortex.
Sonny's expression fell. He gritted his teeth, then forced himself to calm down.
It's all right.
It was better than all right, really. Judging from Jet's words, Effie was most likely still alive. The loop had even conveniently solved the dire problem of her flaw. Here on Windflower, she would never starve to death. Sonny hesitated for a moment.
Can this be why Undying Slaughter is here too?
The Mist Wraith possessed the same flaw as Jet, which meant that she had to kill in order to survive. That might have been fine back when the forces of the Defilement were besieging the cities of the Sibyls, but now that these cities were gone, what was there for Undying Slaughter to slaughter?
Sonny, I need to warn you. I'm being pursued by...
Jet's voice was pained and hoarse. The corner of his mouth twitched.
I know. Let's talk later. For now, hold on tight.
Just then, Nightmare reached the border of the forest. Escaping the line of tall trees, the Black Stallion rushed across the narrow strip of empty land between the forest and the edge of the cliffs. His hooves left a line of prints in the soft moss. Reaching the very edge, the Dark Destroyer did not slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated even more and leapt forward, soaring high into the air above the hidden chasm of the dark abyss. Jet let out a stunned yelp. Dismissing the shadow, Sonny spun, grabbed onto her, and summoned the Darkwing. Before the momentum of Nightmare's leap fully dissipated, the translucent cloak manifested on his back and turned into a blur. The two of them glided down slowly, moving along the surface of the weathered black rock. Sonny felt his arm, which supported Jet's back, become soaked in blood. His expression darkened. He had not noticed before, but there were more wounds on her body than he thought. Soul Reaper grimaced, enduring the pain, and then said with a bit of dark amusement,
You really know how to make a girl squeal, don't you, Sonny?
He froze for a moment, mortified. A terrible despair grasped his heart with icy claws.
No, it can't be.
He knew this feeling. Had Jet spent too much time with Effie? Had she been corrupted by that vulgar, foul-mouthed lecher?
Damn it all.
Uttering a quiet curse, he adjusted the direction of their flight and answered through gritted teeth.
I guess.
Despite her pained expression, Soul Reaper let out a laugh. They were rather far away from the misty beach, so it took a while to glide back to it. Sonny had to approach the cliffs and push them up a few times, afraid that they'd fall beneath the island. However, the wall of black rock gave way eventually, and they entered the familiar bay. Landing on the white sand, Sonny put Jet down and supported her. His gaze was a bit worried.
Can you walk?
She nodded.
It's all right. That thing didn't get me too bad, so I'll live.
Jet grinned. She was not going to bleed to death anyway. In the worst case, she would just revert to a more corpse-like state. Sunny studied her for a few moments, then nodded.
Let's go then. Our ship is not far from here.
They walked into the fog. Soon after, they were in the main cargo hold of the Chainbreaker. The air here smelled of blood, but Jet looked much better. Even though Nephis had not recovered enough essence to use her healing powers yet, both she and Cassia possessed memories capable of treating small wounds. It was one of the benefits of belonging to a great clan. Jet had dismissed the upper part of her armor and was sitting on a crate, her torso wrapped in bandages. There was a generous amount of food on another crate in front of her, as well as fruit juice and freshly brewed tea. She was devouring the improvised meal voraciously. Crow Crow was sitting on her shoulder, seemingly enraptured and glued to his master. From time to time, Jet absent-mindedly fed it a piece of fruit. Nothing had found and attacked the beached ship yet, but Sunny was still tense. At the same time, he felt incredibly relieved. It was so reassuring to have Jet here with him, alive and relatively unscathed. Nephis and Cassia seemed elated too. Even if they weren't as close with the infamous government master, their group of 3 had become a group of 4.
Good.
Another great thing about bringing Jet back was that Sunny was going to have an easier time explaining things to everyone. When she seemed to have satiated her hunger somewhat, he leaned forward and said,
All right, now I will try to explain a few things.
The 3 women looked at him expectantly. Sunny hesitated for a few moments.
You know where we are, right, Jet? In general, I mean.
Taking the cup of tea and cradling it in her hands, she nodded.
Yeah, we are inside that weird pyramid somehow. This place is the Great River, which is supposed to flow endlessly from the future into the past.
He sighed in relief. It seemed that Effie and Jet had learned a few things about the nature of the third nightmare as well.
Indeed. Because of the nature of the Great River, there are all kinds of strange things happening to time in this nightmare. For example, Nephis and I have been here for about 4 months now, but Cassia has been here for more than a year.
Nephis and Cassia nodded calmly, since they had already known that fact. Jet, however, seemed perplexed.
What?
Sunny looked at her, lingered for a moment, and said,
Yeah. What about you?
Soul Reaper suddenly seemed uncertain. She touched her hair briefly, then blinked a couple of times.
About 2 months? Effie and I were sent to this place about 2 months ago.
This time it was Neph and Cassia's turn to look stunned.
How can that be?
Sunny smiled faintly.
I'll explain in a bit. But first, Jet, can you tell us what happened to you two?
She took a sip of tea, then smiled back at him.
Sure, why not?
Jet's icy blue eyes grew a little distant.
The 3 of you must know more about this place than we do. Look, you even have a ship. Effie and I weren't all that lucky. The people whose roles we've taken belong to a tribe of river nomads. Their ancestors were the survivors of one of the destroyed cities, I think. But these guys had already regressed into abject savagery. Which is not that surprising, really, considering how they lived.
She sighed.
The river nomads did not have a place to live, constantly migrating instead. They rode sea creatures and steeds that hunted the weaker abominations for sustenance. When defiled or powerful nightmare creatures appeared, they ran. Actually, their way of life was really ingenious and tenacious. I've never even thought that it was possible for humans to live entirely in the water without ever stepping foot on land.
Cassia tilted her head a little, confused.
These nomads were riverborn?
Sunny was confused too. How could Riverborn lead nomadic lives? Weren't they bound to a span of the great river they were born on? Jet nodded somberly.
Yeah, that was why they regressed then much that quickly. The nomads lived very short lives, you see. No generation lasted more than a couple of decades. They rarely remained as children for more than a year or two, and were expected to join the hunts immediately after. If there was danger, the older generation was sacrificed to let the younger one escape. Even if there was no danger, they had to follow the abominations they could hunt. So,
She shook her head.
they might have looked like adults, but in reality, it was a tribe where no one ever reached adulthood. They were all ignorant, savage kids.
Soul Reaper leaned back, fed her crow echo a grape, and grimaced.
Well, by the time Effie and I came around, it could barely be called a tribe. There were maybe a dozen people left. All the other nomad tribes seemed to have gone extinct already as well. We were most likely the last.
Her expression darkened slightly.
So we tried to keep them alive and find out where we were, what was happening, and how to conquer the nightmare. It took us some time to learn how to live the lives of the Great River nomads. In the process, we also learned from the surviving tribesmen about the Tomb of Ariel, the Great River, the defilement, and the fall of the river cities. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did at least.
Jet stretched and then winced briefly, touching one of her bandages.
Everything went, if not well, then at least all right until we stumbled on an especially powerful swarm of the drowned. Our tribe at that point, there were no children among the nomads anymore, so there was not even a point in trying to run. In the battle, everyone was killed. Only Effie and I managed to escape.
Sunny noted that Jet and Effie remained outsiders despite having taken the roles of two Riverborn people. It was an interesting fact. Meanwhile, she shrugged and continued.
Usually our mounts would have been fast enough to give a slip to most enemies, but the drowned pursued us relentlessly, as if it was their life's mission to obliterate all nomads. The sea creatures we rode had also been wounded in the battle, so they were gradually slowing down. After about a week of running away and fighting pitched battles with those bastards, we got lost in the mist and then sucked into this whirlpool. I only managed to send my echo out, hoping against all hope that Crow had managed to find one of you.
Soul Reaper looked at the black bird and smiled. Then her smile faded slowly.
Effie and I were separated while trying to reach the island, and here we are, I guess.
Nephis glanced at Cassia, then frowned a little.
What do you mean? How long have you been here?
Jet looked at her with surprise.
There, the moment of truth.
She scratched her head.
Couple of hours? I landed, tried to search for Effie, and got lost in the mist. Then that thing attacked me. I managed to flee, but she would have probably finished me off soon if not for Sunny. Talk about a prince on a white horse. Who needs one when there's a pauper on a black horse, right?
Soul Reaper grinned and downed the rest of her tea in one gulp. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Nephis and Cassia, meanwhile, seemed troubled. The blind girl frowned.
But how is it possible? Your echo arrived at Fallen Grace many months ago.
Jet stared at her, bewildered.
What? Wait, I thought you guys were already on the island. Wasn't that why Crow was able to find Sunny so fast?
Cassia shook her head.
No, we only ventured to find Windflower after learning that the two of you were here.
Soul Reaper leaned back.
That doesn't make any sense.
Everyone grew quiet, failing to understand the strange discrepancy. In that silence, Sunny finally spoke.
It's because time moves in a circle on this island.
Nephis, Cassia, and Jet stared at him incredulously.
Pierced by 3 intense gazes, each belonging to a beautiful woman, Sunny shifted uncomfortably and pulled on the collar of the Shroud of Dusk. I think I really need to start socializing with guys more. Why am I always surrounded by lethal beauties? Eventually, Nephis repeated his words evenly.
Moves in a circle.
Sunny nodded. Yes, I only became aware of it a few hours ago. Or a few revolutions ago, to be precise. Think about it. The waters of the Great River represent time, and we are surrounded by an enormous whirlpool. So, he pointed to Jet. You only remember being on Windflower for a couple of hours, but in fact, you've been here for almost a year. The time you spent in the nightmare is the same as Cassia. Looking at their tense expressions, Sunny sighed. Well, in fact, what I said earlier is not entirely accurate. It seems that Nephis and I entered the nightmare 4 months ago, while you and Cassia entered it more than a year ago. But there's no telling how many times the time repeated itself before I became aware of the loop. So, although I don't think that is the case, we might very well have been stuck on this island for 100 years. There's no way to tell unless we leave. Everyone remained silent for a while. When the pause grew too long, Cassia finally asked in a hesitant tone,
In these previous revolutions, do you mean that we have already explored the island several times, but you're the only one who remembers it?
Sunny's face grew dark. He looked away, grimaced, and then said somberly, Explored the island? Not really. We barely left the beach when Undying Slaughter attacked Jet in the forest each time. I went ahead to try and stop her, and each time I died, miserably. Jet, too. Soul Reaper threw a sharp glance at him and paled a little. It was not a pleasant thing to hear that you had been killed. The corners of her mouth twisted into a dark smile.
How regrettable.
He sighed. This is the first time I managed to live past an hour. So I don't really know much about the time loop yet. I'm sure it doesn't terminate each time I die, which means that Nephis and Cassia must have lived longer. You might have even survived long enough to reach the termination point, but since your memories are erased between revolutions, it's impossible to tell. Nephis raised an eyebrow.
Why are you the only one who remembers?
Sunny pointed to the Sin of Solace, the sword, not the wraith, which lay on a crate nearby. I suspect it has something to do with this cursed sword of mine. Its spirit was actually the first one to show signs of knowing about the loop. She seemed to accept the explanation after thinking about it for a few moments. Jet sighed and leaned forward to pour herself more tea. Cassia gripped the guiding light tighter, lost in thought. After a minute passed in silence, Nephis looked at Sunny and asked,
What is Undying Slaughter like?
His expression froze. Struggling to suppress an involuntary shiver, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then said evenly, She's a horror. He grimaced and then described his encounters with the defiled monstrosity in as much detail as he could. As he did, the faces of his companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Nephis briefly glanced at Jet and then looked away.
Formidable. If we attack together, what do you think our chances will be?
Sunny slowly shook his head. At least some of us will die, most likely, especially with how low on essence you are. She sighed.
Then we avoid battle for now.
He blinked. For now? Nephis looked at him and shrugged calmly.
We'll have to face the 6 plagues eventually. Now, however, is not the right time.
Sunny was a little bit aggrieved. Did she not hear how absolutely terrifying that thing is? But then again, it was Nephis he was talking about. Actually, It was already incredible that she had not suggested attacking Undying Slaughter right away, saying something like,
"It's just a defiled version of one of the most deadly masters in the world, but long past reaching sainthood."
That was personal growth right there. Cassia slowly shook her head.
"We might avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, but I don't think we can avoid battle."
Jet looked at her curiously.
"What do you mean?"
The blind girl hesitated for a moment.
"If it's like Sunny said, then I finally understand why this place feels so dangerous. Think about it. Previously, we only knew that no one returns from Windflower. Human ships, the defiled, nightmare creatures. Very few things that enter the whirlpool can ever escape. I assumed that all these beings had perished here somehow. But if some of them are trapped in this time loop just like us..."
Her face paled a little.
"Then this island is teeming with all kinds of abominations that have been caught but managed to reach the island instead of being swallowed by the vortex. How many of them must have accumulated here over the centuries? How many horrors are hiding in the mist?"
Cassia shook her head.
"If the time loop really exists, then Windflower is like a monster preserve."
An uneasy silence settled in the cargo bay. Everyone's expressions grew ugly. A monster preserve. Sunny looked resentfully into the distance. She was right. Considering the pulling force of the vortex, all kinds of abominable creatures must have been caught by the whirlpool over the centuries. Most of them had perished in the depths, but plenty would have managed to reach the island. And since time here was stagnant, moving in a circle, all of them were still here. Good as new. A chill crept up his spine. This place. Just what kind of hell was it? Nephis, meanwhile, rose and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her usually impassive face was somber, but determined.
"Be that as it may, our goal still remains the same."
The rest of them looked at her silently. She frowned.
"Our goal was to find Effie and Soul Reaper Jet, then return to Fallen Grace. We are still missing Effie, so no matter if there is a time anomaly or not, nothing really changed. We have no choice but to venture out, find her, and escape."
Sunny gave her a grim look. There is one problem, though. Who is going to fuel the chain breaker with essence? Yours is already consumed, and it won't be sufficiently replenished anytime soon. Nephis shrugged.
"You can do it, as long as we time our escape and leave at dusk or dawn."
He sighed, then stood up and nodded. All right then, I agree. The longer we wait, the higher the chances are that Effie will meet fatal danger. Let's make a detour to avoid Undying Slaughter and follow the guiding light deeper inland. Jet winced, but stood up too. Her bandages were painted red by blood.
"Count me in."
Finally, only Cassia was left sitting. She glanced at the sacred staff in her hand, then rose and took a deep breath.
"No time to waste then."
After spending a little time discussing their strategy and preparation, the group left the chain breaker and stepped onto the white sand once again. Sunny had managed to survive longer than an hour. He had avoided clashing with Undying Slaughter and even rescued Jet, and yet he was not very reassured. As the cohort left the chain breaker behind and ventured into the swirling mist once again, he was not confident that they would survive at all. In fact, he dreaded Windflower even more. How many times do you think you can die before sanity abandons you completely? The Sin of Solace, who was walking alongside him, was not helping at all. The Sword Wraith laughed. Considering how thick your skull is, I'd wager a few dozen times more. Yeah, after that, you'll probably turn into a drooling fool. Gods, I wonder if I'll still be stuck with you after you become a vegetable.
Trying to ignore the infuriating apparition, Sonny kept his eyes on the fog.
In your dreams.
He only had to take one look at Nightmare to know that a few dozen deaths would not break him. The sin of Solace was simply gloating. A few years of torturous deaths, though?
We need to escape this horrible place as soon as possible,
Sonny said to himself. The cohort was advancing up the beach in a similar formation to the previous revolutions, but now Jet was walking behind Sonny and Nephis. Cassia had summoned her echoes as well, who were now moving in front of Nightmare. Together they represented a formidable battle force, and yet Sonny did not know if their power was enough to survive the suffocating fog of Windflower.
I'm starting to understand why there are so few saints around.
This time, they chose a direction opposite of where the stone steps and Undying Slaughter were. Instead of moving directly toward the cliffs, they followed along the edge of the island, eventually reaching the border of the bay. There, they ascended the wall of black rock and reached the plateau above. Sonny used Shadow Step to arrive there first and guarded the landing until the other members of the cohort climbed up. By the time everyone did, the second hour since their arrival on Windflower should have been well over. Above the cliffs, it was the same landscape. A forest of tall pine trees stretched in front of them, white fog swirling between the ancient trunks. Being in the mist had felt suffocating from the very start, but now that Sonny knew that a dreadful wraith could be hiding in it, the feeling grew 10 times worse. The echo of the Sibyl glided forward, the hem of her red dress hovering just above the moss. The rest of them followed. They followed the soft radiance of the guiding light into the murky depths of the forest. The fog swallowed everything behind, muffling the sounds and flowing slowly between the ancient trees. A few minutes passed in tense silence. Then, a few more. It was hard to keep track of time in this misty limbo, but eventually, Sonny judged that another hour had passed. At that time, Nephis raised a hand and said, "Stop." She seemed to have recovered from essence exhaustion, enough so at least to regain access to her dormant ability. Now that she had, Jet could finally be healed. Sonny and Cassia watched the fog as Nephis placed her hands on Soul Reaper's back. They shone with soft white light, and soon, Jet's face cleared. She took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Neph's eyes grew a little cloudy. She sighed softly and took a step back. If Sonny did not know better, he would not have suspected that she was enduring harrowing pain. "Let's continue." They were about to move again when Cassia suddenly turned her head. The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then jumped down from Nightmare's back. "Something is approaching. Get ready."
Curses.
Sonny snarled, holding the Sin of Solace in one hand and the Cruel Sight, in its short sword form, in the other. Nephis swiftly drew her longsword and dismissed its scabbard. Jet raised her glaive into a high stance. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the 2 echoes moved to surround the humans in a protective circle. The quiet dancer floated up and hovered above Cassia's shoulder, its tip pointing into the depths of the forest. Everything grew still for a moment. Sonny stared into the swirling mist, not knowing where the attack would come from. He didn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. Even his shadow sense was suppressed. "Above us!"
Damnation.
Before Sonny could finish the thought, something massive fell on them from above.
Nation.
It was a huge, grotesque nightmare creature that resembled the carcass of an enormous black leopard, its bones protruding from the rotting flesh. Its tail was abnormally long, segmented, and ended in a revolting circular maw that brimmed with needle-like teeth. The creature's own yellow canines, though, were much more terrifying. Each was as long as a greatsword and covered in dried blood. The abomination was so large that its shadow covered the entire cohort. Much worse, the moment Sonny saw it, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, filling his heart with a sense of dread. It was a great beast. Before the monstrosity could plummet on the cohort, 2 towering shadow tentacles rose from the ground and entangled its front limbs, slowing the creature down. The beast's skeletal jaws snapped viciously, obliterating the manifested shadows in an instant, but it gave the members of the cohort enough time, at least, to dash in different directions. The abomination landed on the spot where they had been a split second ago. The ghastly tail of the creature was already shooting back with terrifying speed. Its circular maw opened to bite into Cassia's flesh. The blind girl sidestepped, barely avoiding being torn apart by it, and brought her staff down on the segmented tail. A moment later, she was flung aside like an ant. On the other side, the beast swiped its rotting paw in the direction of Sunny and Nephis. Augmented by the shadows and soul flame, both managed to dodge the lethal blow, even if it was just by a hair's breadth. But as soon as they did, the creature's jaws were already in front of them, ready to snap shut and turn the two humans into chunks of torn meat. Neither Sunny nor Nephis had regained their balance yet. There was no way for them to evade. Luckily, at that moment, Saint crashed into the side of the abomination's head, using her shield as a siege ram. The power of the blow was terrible enough to bring a fortress wall down, but the skull of the great beast only swung to the side a little. It did not seem as if the creature had sustained any damage at all, and all of that, from the moment the creature landed to now, only took a split second to happen.
Not good.
The Azure Serpent had been a king among beasts, while this one was merely a beast, and yet it was a great nightmare creature. It was too powerful, too fast, and too resilient.
Can we defeat it?
Sunny knew that they could. With his shadows, Cassia's echoes, and especially the Crown of Dawn, they had a non-negligible chance of defeating this monstrosity. However, they could also all die here.
I don't want to die.
Even knowing that he would most likely return to the starting point of the loop, Sunny still shuddered at the thought of having his flesh torn apart and his bones ground to dust. He was even more reluctant to watch his companions be killed by the ghastly abomination.
It's simple. Don't die then.
Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. The quiet dancer zipped through the air and hit the base of the great beast's revolting tail. However, the sharp tip of the temperamental echo bounced off the tough hide of the creature without leaving even a scratch on it. At the same time, Fiend growled and put himself in the path of the creature's crushing paw. The towering ogre was barely able to grasp it. The decaying claws of the abomination struck him on the chest, leaving deep grooves in the black silver. The ground under the gluttonous shadow caved in, but he remained standing. For a moment. Then, the horrid beast pushed Fiend down and covered him with its massive paw. At the same time, Saint dodged the snapping jaws and lashed out with her sword, leaving a thin crack on the creature's skeletal snout. The dead Sybil and the clockwork swordsman attacked the enemy from behind. Nightmare rammed into it, lowering his head to gore the abomination with his horns. Then all of them were flung aside. The steel mannequin dissolved into a rain of sparks, destroyed. The Sybil collided with a trunk of an ancient pine, shattered it into splinters, and fell to the ground unmoving. Nightmare barely managed to dissolve into the shadows in time, but still lost a large chunk of flesh. Saint blocked the blow with her shield and slid a dozen meters back. The shadows and the echoes only lasted a second against the great beast's fury, but that second gave Sunny time to call upon the shadows and manifest them into the Shadow Spawn shell. He wished he could assume the form of the Onyx Serpent, but it was poorly suited for battles on land. A tide of darkness flowed from the open gate of the Shadow Lantern, rising to form into countless chains. They bound the ghastly creature like ropes, but were torn apart a moment later. Sunny, Nephis, and Jet launched their attack. Neph's silvery longsword ignited with blinding radiance as she dove under the abomination's jaws and thrust her weapon into its neck. Sunny delivered a devastating blow to the monstrous leopard's snout. Empowered by the Crown of Dawn, the Sin of Solace sent a few small fragments of bone flying. Jet lunged at the great beast from the side, aiming to plunge her glaive into its very soul. But before she could, the long, flexible tail of the horrid creature whipped around. Jet barely managed to avoid it by dashing back, while Sonny was not so lucky. His movements were suppressed by the need to keep himself away from the harrowing jaws, and so the circular maw at the end of the segmented tail greedily closed on the side of the shadow spawn. The right shoulder and the side of his shell were entirely destroyed. Sonny instantly lost 2 of his 4 arms. One simply disappeared, the other fell apart, revealing shredded human flesh beneath. Neff's sword pierced the great beast's neck, but before she could deal significant damage, a lightning-fast strike of a mighty paw destroyed the radiant blade and sent her rolling away. Sonny stumbled back, desperately trying to prevent his shell from crumbling and using the shadows of the misty forest to try and hastily repair the damage. They had managed to make the great beast bleed, or rather, delivered it a wound. The decaying creature did not seem like something that had blood running through its veins, however.
Does it even mean anything?
Just in a few seconds, one of Cassia's echoes had been destroyed, while the other one was heavily damaged. Nightmare was already wounded, Fiend had escaped from beneath the creature's paw, and Saint seemed unharmed as well, but Sonny himself was already injured. His arm was a mess of torn flesh, and although he would not suffer from blood loss, it was in a bad state. Would they be able to kill the ghastly abomination? For a split second, the violence subsided. Nephis had nimbly jumped to her feet and was already summoning a different weapon. Jet had regained her balance. Sonny switched to a one-handed grip and prepared both of his swords for an attack. Saint was already closing the distance. Cassia was moving forward, the guiding light shimmering in the fog. The decaying leopard opened its skeletal maw and let out a chilling, gurgling growl. When Sonny heard it, his vision blurred slightly.
A mental attack?
His resistance to mind attacks was high enough to shrug it off, but he felt cold dread nevertheless. Handling the overwhelming physical might of the enormous great beast was already close to impossible. If the abominations possessed more means of subjugating its enemies, this battle would swiftly turn from ugly to hopeless. It was then that another sound reached their ears. Echoing eerily in the fog, a loud crack resounded, as if a tree had snapped and was falling somewhere in the forest. The horrid leopard suddenly froze. Its skeletal snout turned, and it lowered its body low to the ground. The segmented tail rose like that of a scorpion, protecting the creature's back.
What is this?
Why did it look as if the great beast was afraid? Before Sonny could really react, the abomination suddenly moved and rushed away. Disappearing into the mist, the wind raised by its departure threw Neff's hair into disarray. The members of the cohort remained motionless, confused and unnerved by what had just happened. Keeping their weapons in defensive stances, they covered each other's backs and stared tensely into the fog.
What is going on?
Jet's voice sounded grim and hoarse. The thick fog veiled everything around. All they could see were the nearest trees and the cold ground under their feet. The ghastly leopard had disappeared like a ghost. There was nothing left but silence.